the Taliban can
to applause and cheers and jeers and tears as Ukrainians gather, Russians who are embarrassed, ashamed. They're ashamed to even talk to reporters. When you say, "Where are you from?" They say, "I'm from Russia." It's very moving to see that they've come, and of course that's a reflection of the demonstrations that are taking place in Russia itself. And we'll just remember that Olaf Scholz has been also reaching out in his speech to the Russian population, saying that some of these moves were a recognition of what people were doing in Russia. But just to describe the crowd here, people of all ages, families, people who come here for their kids, Ukrainians and Russians and Germans, of course. Not all of them are necessarily in favor of sending weapons. Not everybody knew about it. It just happened overnight. The last poll we have about the idea of sending weapons to Ukraine dates from before the invasion, and 68% of Germans were opposed. So there's a lot of salesmanship that needs to be taken for this new policy. But one thing that is really certain is there is a huge amount of sympathy for the Ukrainian population. Just an example of that, the German railway company announced that any Polish refugees who get, Ukrainian refugees who manage to get to the Polish frontier can take the train for free into Germany, where they can ask for asylum.
All right, Nick Spicer reporting live for us there from Berlin. Thanks for that update, Nick. Well, as Western countries continue to ratchet up their response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, more and more European countries are closing their airspace to Russian airlines and aircraft, including France, Italy, Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Well, across the Atlantic, Canada has also announced similar measures. Well, EU foreign ministers are holding an emergency meeting this Sunday to discuss sending ammunition and other supplies, such as fuel, to Ukraine. The meeting comes one day after G7 leaders announced additional economic sanctions against Russia, including plans to ban certain Russian banks from the global banking system SWIFT and to impose new restrictions on Russia's central bank.
Working to cripple Vladimir Putin's war machine, a message of unity and determination from the President of the European Commission. Ursula von der Leyen on Saturday confirmed the EU had agreed to blacklist certain Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system.
I will now propose to EU leaders the following measures. First, we commit to ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed from SWIFT. Cutting banks off will stop them from conducting most of their financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports.
SWIFT is the world's top interbank payment system. A ban on Russian institutions, a move described as a financial nuclear weapon, had met reluctance, notably from Germany, over concerns Moscow could cut off key gas supplies. Somewhat more unexpected, a move targeting the Russian central bank, whose vast foreign reserves are estimated at over $600 billion.
We will stop Putin from using his war chest. We will paralyze the assets of Russia's central bank. This will freeze its transactions, and it made it impossible for the central bank to liquidate assets.
The United States, Canada and Britain backed the new sanctions and agreed to further restrictions on Russian oligarchs that would limit their access to financial markets and fast-track citizenship known as golden passports. A key objective of Putin's invasion of Ukraine is to redivide Europe and the West. In the immediate, he appears to have managed just the opposite.
Well, for more on this, we can welcome to the program Alexandre Kateb, economist and founder of the Multipolarity Report. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to France 24 today. Well, as we just heard in that report, one of the new restrictions the West is planning targets Russia's central bank. Tell us what that measure would do exactly.
Well, actually, the details are not very clear yet, but if the sanctions lead to freeze basically Russia's central bank's assets abroad, especially those assets that are leveled in dollar, euro, and other major currencies, this will effectively prevent the central bank from selling these assets to shore up the currency in the event when the ruble will be under pressure. And so it could actually aggravate the crisis, the currency crisis that the country could face.
Good morning, guys, from Przemyśl here in southern Poland. Just up the road stands the border with Ukraine. Ukraine, a nation which, well, if Joe Biden and the British press are to be believed, stands on the cusp of a devastating invasion by none other than Vladimir Putin. I'm now going to head into Ukraine and cross that vast land, visiting some of its border areas and hopefully meeting some of the locals and asking them what it's like.
Actually, ironically, because of these previous restrictions. And there are other precedents, like Iran, for example, for which such sanctions were introduced 2 years ago by the Trump administration, and actually it did not really lead to a collapse of the Iranian currency. So actually there is a way to get around these sanctions, even though they will complicate life for the central bank and for the Russian treasury.
Now, no energy sanctions have been announced yet, although the White House just said a short while ago that they are on the table. But the measures already announced are likely to disrupt energy trade flows nonetheless, correct?
Well, actually, it is still under discussion, and we don't have all the details. But there have been some rumors that the energy transactions will be excluded from these sanctions. So they will still be allowed to carry these transactions, and customers of Russian gas and oil would still be able to pay their producers, the exporters. So it's unclear for now if energy is included or no in these sanctions scope.
But even in the sanctions that have been announced already, even if they don't specifically target energy, are they likely to disrupt energy trade flows regardless?
No, because energy trade flows anyway can continue unless there is some decision that is taken by the exporter to stop these flows. And regarding gas, actually it is controlled by Gazprom, which is a state-owned monopoly. And it's very unlikely that Putin will use this weapon. It is a weapon of last resort. If indeed there are additional sanctions, then this could be on the table, I think. But we are not there yet. It's a race against time to find a diplomatic settlement to this crisis, as you mentioned before. All is about the timing and this race against time that the Russian leadership faces right now.
All right, thank you, Alexandre Kateb, an economist, for that analysis there. Meanwhile, on the ground in Ukraine, the humanitarian crisis is intensifying. According to the UN Refugee Agency, nearly 370,000 people have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries, while 160,000 Ukrainians have been internally displaced. Well, amid the rush to flee, people have been piling into crowded trains, while others have been heading toward border crossings on foot to avoid massive traffic jams. Brian Quinn has that story.
Early Sunday morning at the main train station of Lviv in western Ukraine, civilians, many of them foreigners, wait for their chance to flee. Hours before, scenes of chaos on the platforms amid a mad rush to the west.
The train was cancelled, So basically, we're waiting for, maybe we will be waiting for a couple of hours to get the next one.
Lviv has become a key exit point from Ukraine. More than 150,000 refugees have already poured into neighboring countries. At least half have gone to Poland, where the Interior Minister has said that anyone fleeing Russian bombs can count on support. Hungary, too, has welcomed fleeing Ukrainians. It's a marked departure in refugee policy for both Poland and Hungary, which have recently refused to accept Middle Eastern asylum seekers. Fighting-age men have been barred from leaving Ukraine as the government tries to rally a nationwide defense using both its professional military and civilian volunteers. Meanwhile, some Ukrainians who live abroad are returning to fight.
We are Ukrainians. We are great people. We must fight, and we will win. I believe, I pray for win.
EU interior ministers are meeting Sunday to discuss how to handle a crisis that the UN says could create up to 5 million refugees.
Thanks for tuning in to France 24's special continuing coverage of Russia's war in Ukraine. Stay with us. We'll be back with you shortly.
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
זהו הסיפור על 6 מוצרים ומחיר מדהים.
רעמים וברקים זה תכף נגמר. בא לי איזה חטיף או משהו קר.
תתפנק ברוזה, יש מבצע 6 ב-6.
עכשיו ביאלו, 6 מוצרים.
Maybe one of the main targets of the Russian military fierce fighting was seen across the country.
As the Russian invasion enters its 4th day, Ukrainian resistance has proved unexpectedly fierce. Far outside the besieged capital, its armed forces remain viable, continuing to receive weapons and the Ukrainian government says Russian forces blew up a major gas pipeline in the northeastern city of Kyiv, as the regional governor announced that Ukrainian troops were battling Russian forces that had entered the city center. Further south, in the city of Dnipro, civilians gathered to support the resistance, organizing donations and medical supplies, and assembling Molotov cocktails from gasoline and polystyrene.
At first, we were scared, really scared. But now we are ready to fight. And fight like hell.
Many men and women registering to take up arms themselves.
Моя думка, що один український воїн вартий як щонайменше 7 росіян.
Ukrainian forces remain vastly outnumbered and outgunned by the Russian invaders, but it's clear they won't be going down without a fight.
Well, our correspondent Gulliver Cragg has been covering this for us on the ground. He's in central Ukraine, and earlier he told us about the fighting there and about civilians mobilizing to fight.
Well, I'm in a village called Hushchinci. It's a really small village in the center of Ukraine. But on this field where I am, a rocket was shot down by a Ukrainian anti-rocket system. I actually heard it this morning. It was as I was doing a live outside. I heard it fly over, and I presumed then that its target was probably a small military base or perhaps an airfield that there is at the town nearby of Kalinivka. And it didn't clearly reach that target. Residents here think that that was the target as well, but instead the rocket came down in a field and it hit various buildings around here. There are houses, I think you can see behind me, there's a barn that's got its roof totally destroyed, and that house there has got its roof largely destroyed. The owner said that he had been building that house for the past 5 years with his family and was just preparing to move into it. He won't be moving into it for a while yet. So he was very shocked by what happened, but he nevertheless said that he was glad that the Ukrainian anti-rocket system shot down this rocket and it wasn't able to hit its target, because if it had hit the target, then there could have been potentially soldiers, perhaps large numbers of soldiers, who might have been wounded or killed. Here, there was only damage to property. Nobody was hurt. We were, on the way here, stopped at a checkpoint where they checked our documents, and the car in front of us was full of Molotov cocktails. And the people said that they were taking them to the town hall of the nearest village just to be ready in case the Russians come here. Not that they're saying that they've got any intelligence or any information about an imminent attack, but all around here, checkpoints are going up. The men are signing up for the army or for territorial defense brigades, or if they're too old or have medical problems that mean that they can't sign up, then they're trying to help in other ways, setting up barricades, for example. Meanwhile, women have been sewing nets for the armed forces. There is a real sense around here that everybody is mobilizing to resist any potential Russian incursion into this territory.
Press 24's Gulliver Cragg reporting there. Well, Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered his defense chiefs to put the country's nuclear deterrent forces on high alert, citing aggressive statements by NATO and Western sanctions that he's described as illegitimate. Here he is speaking earlier this Sunday.
I ordered the defense minister and the chief of the general staff of the Russian armed forces to put the deterrence forces of the Russian army into a special mode of combat service.
Well, for more on this, I can speak now with our international affairs editor, Armin Georgian, who joins me here in the studio. Armin, that's not a very thinly veiled threat from Putin, is it?
Well, it's not the first time he's done this. Remember, on the eve of the war, he said in that televised address that if anybody interfered with what he was going to do, they would face a response that they had never experienced in their lives. So that was already a reference, not thinly veiled at all, to Russia's nuclear weapons. It was essentially saying, it was on the 24th of February, I think, if I remember rightly, it was essentially saying to NATO, you may be tempted to get involved, don't. So he's sort of reiterating that in a sense. It's worth saying, Claire, that as this war has got worse, the tensions also have risen between NATO and Russia, and not just NATO, but other countries, Sweden and Finland, have seen their tensions rise with Russia as well. There was a very stark statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry a few days ago, which said that if Finland and Sweden join the NATO alliance, there would be serious military and political repercussions from Russia. So this was alluding to a possible rapprochement between Sweden and Finland that are not a member of NATO but are close to Russia. In fact, Finland has a border with Russia and the Atlantic Alliance. So this was not an entirely unexpected turn of events.
And how has the West been reacting to this statement from Putin?
Well, quite a few statements from Western officials. Just to pick out a couple of them, President Biden's spokesperson accuses Vladimir Putin of fabricating a threat, quote unquote. Jens Stoltenberg, the head of the NATO alliance, says this is dangerous and irresponsible rhetoric. An interesting take from a senior, I think this comes from a presidential advisor in Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken, talking about this, Putin's comments about nuclear weapons as an instrument of pressure on these planned talks that we've recently heard are meant to be happening somewhere near the Belarusian border between the Ukrainian and Russian delegations. I think that comment from the Ukrainian government about how this nuclear readiness alert is being used as an instrument of pressure, I think that suggests that the Ukrainian side will be very, very hard-headed going into these talks, that they won't be taking any chances and that they certainly won't be stopping any sort of resupply of weapons which they need for their military at the moment.
All right, France 24 is Armin Georgian with me here in the studio, our international affairs editor, with that analysis. Well, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has prompted Germany to overhaul long-standing defense policies. The country will invest 100 billion euros in military equipment this year and will increase its defense spending to 2% of GDP. This is announced by German Chancellor Olaf Scholz earlier this Sunday. Have a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know what we have to defend, and we can look back to our own history to understand that we have to defend peace in Europe. We will never accept violence as policy. We always seek a peace-based policy to dealing with and resolving conflict. And we must bear that in mind insofar as peace is not guaranteed within Europe.
For the latest on this, we can cross live to our correspondent Nick Spicer in Berlin. Nick, this is a major shift in German policy, isn't it?
It's a 180-degree turn. That was a speech that will go into the history books. Germany has, of course, since the Second World War, been essentially repeating this mantra to itself: never again. All violence to solve crises is wrong. Diplomacy is the answer. And Olaf Scholz is from the Social Democratic Party, which of course birthed the Ostpolitik, the détente with the Soviet bloc when it was the Soviet bloc, led from the Kremlin. And it is a big change in this whole crisis over Ukraine. Germany was ridiculed by allies and by Ukrainian politicians for sending 5,000 helmets to help out, for refusing to put that pipeline, Nord Stream 2, on the table. All of that has changed. Nord Stream 2 is part of the sanctions, and Germany is sending 1,000 anti-aircraft missiles, anti-tank missiles, 500 anti-aircraft missiles, 10,000 tons of fuel. All kinds of measures are being taken, and that big promise to spend 2% of GDP and to enshrine it in the Constitution, this isn't a policy that could be undone by a future government. This is a big, big change in how Germany sees the world, and it is because of Russia and the formulation of German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. They have to do this because Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, wants to restore, in the German Chancellor's words, the Russian Empire.
And German civilians also opposing the war. You're in Berlin. You're in front of the Russian embassy there, if I understand correctly, and there's massive protests against the war in Berlin today.
There is a huge protest. I'm only in this place away from people to a certain extent because there's just no cell phone coverage to talk to. 500,000 people have been counted on the streets of Berlin. And just behind me, you can perhaps see the Russian flag atop that. That's the Russian embassy. And there's been a brass band playing the Ukrainian anthem over and over and over to applause and cheers and jeers and tears as Ukrainians gather. Russians who are embarrassed, ashamed. They're ashamed to even talk to reporters. When you say, "Where are you from?" they say, "I'm from Russia." It's very moving to see that they've come, and of course that's a reflection of the demonstrations that are taking place in Russia itself. And we'll just remember that Olaf Scholz has been also reaching out in his speech to the Russian population, saying that some of these moves were a recognition of what people were doing in Russia. But just to describe the crowd here, people of all ages, families, people who come here for their kids, Ukrainians and Russians and Germans, of course. Not all of them are necessarily in favor of sending weapons. Not everybody knew about it. It just happened overnight. The last poll we have about the idea of sending weapons to Ukraine dates from before the invasion, and 68% of Germans were opposed. So there's a lot of salesmanship that needs to be taken for this new policy. But one thing that is really certain is there is a huge amount of sympathy for the Ukrainian population. Just an example of that, the German railway company announced that any Polish refugees who Ukrainian refugees who manage to get to the Polish frontier can take the train for free into Germany, where they can ask for asylum.
All right, Nick Spicer reporting live for us there from Berlin. Thanks for that update, Nick. Well, as Western countries continue to ratchet up their response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, more and more European countries are closing their airspace to Russian airlines and aircraft, including France, Italy, Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Well, across the Atlantic, Canada has also announced similar measures. Well, EU foreign ministers are holding an emergency meeting this Sunday to discuss sending ammunition and other supplies such as fuel to Ukraine. The meeting comes one day after G7 leaders announced additional economic sanctions against Russia, including plans to ban certain Russian banks from the global banking system SWIFT and to impose new restrictions on Russia's central bank.
Working to cripple Vladimir Putin's war machine, a message of unity and determination from the President of the European Commission. Ursula von der Leyen on Saturday confirmed the EU had agreed to blacklist certain Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system.
I will now propose to EU leaders the following measures. First, we commit to ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed from SWIFT. Cutting banks off will stop them from conducting most of their financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports.
SWIFT is the world's top interbank payment system. A ban on Russian institutions, a move described as a financial nuclear weapon, had met reluctance, notably from Germany, over concerns Moscow could cut off key gas supplies. Somewhat more unexpected, a move targeting the Russian central bank, whose vast foreign reserves are estimated at over $600 billion.
We will stop Putin from using his war chest. We will paralyze the assets of Russia's central bank. This will freeze its transactions, and it made it impossible for the central bank to liquidate assets.
The United States, Canada and Britain backed the new sanctions and agreed to further restrictions on Russian oligarchs that would limit their access to financial markets and fast-track citizenship known as golden passports. A key objective of Putin's invasion of Ukraine is to redivide Europe and the West. In the immediate, he appears to have managed just the opposite.
Well, for more on this, we can welcome to the program Alexandre Kateb, economist and founder of the Multipolarity Report. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to France 24 today. Well, as we just heard in that report, one of the new restrictions the West is planning targets Russia's central bank. Tell us what that measure would do exactly.
Well, actually, the details are not very clear yet, but if the sanctions lead to freeze basically Russia's central bank's assets abroad, especially those assets that are leveled in dollar, euro, and other major currencies. This will effectively prevent the central bank from selling these assets to shore up the currency in the event when the ruble will be under pressure. And so it could actually aggravate the crisis, the currency crisis that the country could face. But this could be mitigated by a host of factors, actually, because as of now, there are actually less and less transactions that are carried using the ruble in the FX market. Many institutions have, almost suspended these kind of financial transactions, and so the impact on the ruble would be kind of muted. Actually, ironically, because of these previous restrictions. And there are other precedents, like Iran, for example, for which such sanctions were introduced 2 years ago by the Trump administration. And actually, it did not really lead to a collapse of the Iranian currency. So actually, there is a way to get around these sanctions, even though they will complicate life for the central bank and for the Russian treasury.
Now, no energy sanctions have been announced yet, although the White House just said a short while ago that they are on the table. But the measures already announced are likely to disrupt energy trade flows nonetheless, correct?
Well, actually, it is still under discussion, and we don't have all the details. But there have been some rumors that the energy transactions will be excluded from these sanctions. So they will still be allowed to carry these transactions, and customers of Russian gas and oil would still be able to pay their producers, the exporters. So it's unclear for now if energy is included or no in these sanctions scope.
But even in the sanctions that have been announced already, even if they don't specifically target energy, are they likely to disrupt energy trade flows regardless?
No, because energy trade flows anyway can continue unless there is some decision that is taken by the exporter to stop these flows. And regarding gas, actually it is controlled by Gazprom, which is a state-owned monopoly. And it's very unlikely that Putin will use this weapon. It is a weapon of last resort. If indeed there are additional sanctions, then this could be on the table, I think. But we are not there yet. It's a race against time to find a diplomatic settlement to this crisis. As you mentioned before, there are some negotiations that have been announced, and all is about the timing and this race against time that the Russian leadership faces right now.
All right, thank you, Alexandre Kateb, an economist, for that analysis there. Meanwhile, on the ground in Ukraine, the humanitarian crisis is intensifying. According to the UN Refugee Agency, nearly 370,000 people have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries, while 160,000 Ukrainians have been internally displaced. Well, amid the rush to flee, people have been piling into crowded trains, while others have been heading toward border crossings on foot to avoid massive traffic jams. Brian Quinn has that story.
Early Sunday morning at the main train station of Lviv in western Ukraine, civilians, many of them foreigners, wait for their chance to flee. Hours before, scenes of chaos on the platforms amid a mad rush to the west.
The train was cancelled. So basically we're waiting for, maybe we will be waiting for a couple of hours to get the next one.
Lviv has become a key exit point from Ukraine. More than 150,000 refugees have already poured into neighboring countries. At least half have gone to Poland, where the Interior Minister has said that anyone fleeing Russian bombs can count on support. Hungary, too, has welcomed fleeing Ukrainians. It's a marked departure in refugee policy for both Poland and Hungary, which have recently refused to accept Middle Eastern asylum seekers. Fighting-age men have been barred from leaving Ukraine as the government tries to rally a nationwide defense using both its professional military and civilian volunteers. Meanwhile, some Ukrainians who live abroad are returning to fight.
We are Ukrainians. We are great people. We must fight, and we will win. I believe, I pray for win.
EU interior ministers are meeting Sunday to discuss how to handle a crisis that the UN says could create up to 5 million refugees.
Thanks for tuning in to France 24's special continuing coverage of Russia's war in Ukraine. Stay with us. We'll be back with you shortly.
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
Прилеты по городу были?
По городу ураган.
Ураган?
Да. А не по лісу? Та ні,
Та туда прямо по дороге.
Сеня, які ваші ідеї?
Макс, тут
Ukraine agrees to hold talks with Russia at its border with Belarus. This as fierce fighting continues to rage across Ukraine on the fourth day of Russia's invasion. Live studio analysis coming up in just a moment. Vladimir Putin puts his nuclear deterrence forces on high alert, citing economic sanctions. This coming after the West announced plans to restrict Russia's central bank and to ban some Russian banks from the global banking system SWIFT. And Germany overhauls decades of long-standing defense policy in response to the war in Ukraine, announcing increases in military spending. This as hundreds of thousands protest against the war in Berlin. You're watching France 24, and thanks for joining us for this special continuing coverage of the Russian war in Ukraine. Well, we start with this news. Ukraine says it has agreed to hold talks with Russia at its border with Belarus. This after a phone call between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and his Belarusian counterpart, Alexander Lukashenko. Zelensky's office saying the meeting will take place without preconditions near the Pripyat River. Russian President Vladimir Putin has said that a Russian delegation is in the Belarusian city of Gomel, as you can see on this map here, but the Ukrainian president has said he won't hold talks in Belarus, as it's been used as a launch pad for Russia's invasion. Well, for more on now this, we can speak with Mark Perlman. France 24 is a French politics editor. Hi, Mark. What do we know about these talks so far between Ukrainian and Russian delegations?
Well, that they are probably going to take place unless there's a last-minute dispute over where they take place and how they should take place. But that this was a surprise announcement, I should say, by the office of the Ukrainian president. First surprise is that he spoke on the phone with Belarus's president, Alexander Lukashenko, because in addition to Russia, obviously, there have been bitter exchanges between Ukrainian and the Belarusian leadership because of Belarus being used, as you said, as a launching pad for attacks against Ukraine. So that's already some progress that the two men at odds have spoken. And obviously, Alexander Lukashenko speaks only because Vladimir Putin has told him to do so. And until now, there was no possibility of direct talks between Putin and Zelensky, so Lukashenko comes in as a potential compromise. And now the fact that delegations are going to meet without preconditions is also a positive sign, because until now there was no possibility of talk, as the fighting continues to rage in Ukraine. It doesn't mean that the fighting has stopped, obviously, but the best hope for those talks was, first of all, if they take place, is that they could end up with some kind of ceasefire. Obviously, this is still far-fetched at this stage, but it's the first time that there is some diplomatic breakthrough after days of fighting.
Yes, indeed. And earlier we heard from Russian President Vladimir Putin, and he said he was placing his nuclear deterrence forces on high alert. Let's have a listen to that.
I order the defense minister and the chief of the general staff of the Russian armed forces to put the deterrence forces of the Russian army into a special mode of combat service.
Now, Mark, Ukraine's foreign ministry has accused Putin of making the statement to put pressure on the talks.
Yes, he said that it was no accident that Putin made this statement before his military chiefs, just as news of the talks was being divulged. So he sees this as a way to put more pressure on Ukraine to force them to concede at the negotiating table. However, both NATO and the US have already said that this is an unacceptable escalation, because this notion that the deterrence, which means nuclear, issue is back on the table is a worrisome development. That being said, just before the invasion, in his rant or in his speech, Vladimir Putin already warned Western countries that if they become an obstacle for him in his intention to conduct operations in what was supposed to be Eastern Ukraine, turned out to be the whole of Ukraine, they would face consequences that they could not even imagine. Everyone then understood that he was talking about the nuclear deterrence or nuclear weapons. And let's just remind our viewers that Russia is the #1 nuclear power on this planet. They have over 6,300 nuclear heads. The US has 5,500. But obviously, the fact that there is even just discussion of use of nuclear power, we haven't heard this for decades. And so this is a worrisome development. It is probably a tactic used by Putin to put indeed pressure on Ukraine, also to basically respond to the crippling sanctions that are being put in place by the West. And he probably did not anticipate that. He did not anticipate the Ukrainians to resist more than he thought they would. And he did not expect Vladimir Zelensky to remain in Kiev. He probably thought that he would immediately jump on a plane to France, the UK, or the US for that matter. And also because he's seeing that they're united in their response, that airspaces are being closed, that sanctions hitting Russian oligarchs, Russian banks, but even Russia's central bank are now being put in place. And probably he realizes that he will feel the brunt of those sanctions much earlier and in a much deeper way than he expected. And obviously, there's also a worry that even though there's tight control of information in Russia, we've seen protests on the streets, immediate crackdown, of course, but the more it takes, the more lives are lost, Russian lives, but also Ukrainian lives, because this is a sensitive issue, Ukraine, for Russians themselves. This could create problems at home for Vladimir Putin. Russia's economy is not China. We're talking about, in terms of GDP, it's the equivalent of South Korea, which is perfectly respectable, but it's far from an economic superpower. So Vladimir Putin must be worried today, and this is maybe why he's upping the ante and putting this nuclear issue on the table, because that's probably the best card he holds.
All right, France 24's Mark Perlman with me here in the studio for that analysis. Well, meanwhile, on the ground, Ukrainian civilians are massively mobilizing to fight the Russian invasion, some joining the armed forces, others donating supplies. Our senior reporter, Catherine Norris-Trent, has been covering this for us in the city of Dnipro. She told us more about the Ukrainian resistance and about the fighting in the south of the country.
We've seen here an incredible spirit of resistance in the city of Dnipro, which is Ukraine's third largest city in the center of the country as you head southeast. And people here are frantically organizing to try and prevent the onslaught of Russian troops. So in the center of town yesterday, we saw some incredible scenes with people literally rushing around to pack up whatever they could find, supplies of clothes, medicine, blankets, even hand-making Molotov cocktails and doing whatever they could to play their part in the fight against the Russian troops. And it was really quite a scene, the pace of the organization, the energy, people spending hours literally running around, ferrying boxes and crates of goods for cars, delivering them to Ukrainian fighters on the front line or to hospitals where injured people, injured soldiers have been arriving in this region in recent days. The situation is very fluid in the south of Ukraine. So we've had Russian troops who've been advancing north from Crimea, which Russia annexed in 2014. And there's been some really fierce battles in the south, which are still raging. So the town of Mykolaiv has been coming under fire from Russian artillery again overnight. And there's been battles surrounding the city of Melitopol, which is again towards the south, near the Sea of Azov. So these are crucial targets. There's also been Russian troops in Kherson, where there's a major power nuclear reactor. So it's really important strategic targets in this area. As you can see, I'm on the banks of the river. This is the Dnieper River, the major waterway flowing down through Ukraine. And there are several strategic important sites on here. So you've got nuclear power stations, you've got hydroelectric dams. There's a lot of infrastructure here which is vital to Ukraine. And as part of this multi-pronged attack, this invasion by Russian troops we're seeing. So they're not only coming from the north, they're not only targeting the capital Kiev, but this southern region is a crucial zone. And the Russian troops have been gaining some ground, although they are meeting fierce resistance. And the battles are continuing in this very contested zone.
Catherine Norris-Trent reporting from Dnipro. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has prompted Germany to overhaul long-standing defense policies. The country will invest 100 billion euros in military equipment this year and will increase its defense spending to 2% of GDP. This is announced by German Chancellor Olaf Scholz earlier Sunday. Have a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know what we have to defend, and we can look back to our own history to understand that we have to defend peace in Europe. We will never accept violence as policy. We always seek a peace-based policy to dealing with and resolving conflict. And we must bear that in mind insofar as peace is not guaranteed within Europe.
Well, earlier I spoke to our correspondent in Berlin, Nick Spicer. He told me more about this major shift in German policy and gave me the latest on the mass anti-war protests in Berlin this Sunday.
It's a 180-degree turn. That was a speech that will go into the history books. Germany has, of course, since the Second World War, been essentially repeating this mantra to itself: never again. All violence to solve crises is wrong. Diplomacy is the answer. And Olaf Scholz is from the Social Democratic Party, which of course birthed the Ostpolitik, the détente with the Soviet bloc when it was the Soviet bloc, led from the Kremlin. And it is a big change in this whole crisis over Ukraine. Germany was ridiculed by allies and by Ukrainian politicians for sending 5,000 helmets to help out, for refusing to put that pipeline, Nord Stream 2, on the table. All of that has changed. Nord Stream 2 is part of the sanctions, and Germany is sending 1,000 anti-aircraft missiles, anti-tank missiles, 500 anti-aircraft missiles, 10,000 tons of fuel. All kinds of measures are being taken, and that big promise to spend 2% of GDP and to enshrine it in the Constitution, this isn't a policy that could be undone by a future government. This is a big, big change in how Germany sees the world, and it is because of Russia and the formulation of German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. They have to do this because Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, wants to restore, in the German Chancellor's words, the Russian Empire.
And German civilians also opposing the war. You're in Berlin, you're in front of the Russian embassy there, if I understand correctly, and there's massive protests against the war in Berlin today.
There is a huge protest. I'm only in this place away from people to a certain extent because there's just no cell phone coverage to talk to. 500,000 people have been counted on the streets of Berlin. And just behind me, you can perhaps see the Russian flag atop that. That's the Russian embassy. And there's been a brass band playing the Ukrainian anthem over and over and over to applause and cheers and jeers and tears as Ukrainians gather. Russians who are embarrassed, ashamed. They're ashamed to even talk to reporters. When you say, "Where are you from?" they say, "I'm from Russia." It's very moving to see that they've come, and of course that's a reflection of the demonstrations that are taking place in Russia itself. And we'll just remember that Olaf Scholz has been also reaching out in his speech to the Russian population, saying that some of these moves were a recognition of what people were doing in Russia. But just to describe the crowd here, people of all ages, families, people who come here for their kids, Ukrainians and Russians and Germans, of course. Not all of them are necessarily in favor of sending weapons. Not everybody knew about it. It just happened overnight. The last poll we have about the idea of sending weapons to Ukraine dates from before the invasion, and 68% of Germans were opposed. So there's a lot of salesmanship that needs to be taken for this new policy. But one thing that is really certain is there is a huge amount of sympathy for the Ukrainian population. Just an example of that, the German railway company announced that any Polish refugees who get, Ukrainian refugees who manage to get to the Polish frontier can take the train for free into Germany, where they can ask for asylum.
Nick Spicer in Berlin. Well, as Western countries continue to ratchet up their response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, More and more European countries are closing their airspace to Russian airlines and aircraft, including France, Italy, Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. While across the Atlantic, Canada has also announced similar measures. Well, EU foreign ministers are holding an emergency meeting this Sunday to discuss sending ammunition and other supplies, such as fuel, to Ukraine. The meeting comes one day after Western leaders announced additional economic sanctions against Russia, including plans to ban certain Russian banks from the global banking system SWIFT and to impose new restrictions on Russia's central bank.
Working to cripple Vladimir Putin's war machine, a message of unity and determination from the President of the European Commission. Ursula von der Leyen on Saturday confirmed the EU had agreed to blacklist certain Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system.
I will now propose to EU leaders the following measures. First, we commit to ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed from SWIFT. Cutting banks off will stop them from conducting most of their financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports.
SWIFT is the world's top interbank payment system. A ban on Russian institutions, a move described as a financial nuclear weapon, had met reluctance, notably from Germany, over concerns Moscow could cut off key gas supplies. Somewhat more unexpected, a move targeting the Russian central bank, whose vast foreign reserves are estimated at over $600 billion.
We will stop Putin from using his war chest. We will paralyze the assets of Russia's central bank. This will freeze its transactions, and it made it impossible for the central bank to liquidate assets.
The United States, Canada and Britain backed the new sanctions and agreed to further restrictions on Russian oligarchs that would limit their access to financial markets and fast-track citizenship known as golden passports. A key objective of Putin's invasion of Ukraine is to redivide Europe and the West. In the immediate, he appears to have managed just the opposite.
Let's take a closer look at the ground now in the northeast of Ukraine. Ukrainian forces claim to have secured control of Kyiv, fighting off a Russian advance to take Ukraine's second biggest city, following reported street fighting there. Meanwhile, the mayor of Kyiv says the capital is still holding its defense against attacks. The city remains under a blanket curfew until at least Monday morning. Well, we can get the latest from Kyiv with our chief foreign editor, Rob Parsons. Rob, what's the latest on the fight for Ukraine's capital?
Well, you know, as you know, we can't go out on the streets at the moment because of the curfew. We've been told that if we do go out in the streets and we're spotted by Ukrainian defense forces, they'll treat us as a part of a sabotage unit and open fire on us. Therefore, we are now in the cellar of the place where we're staying, and we've come down here because news has just come to the defense ministry here that 2 Iskander rockets have been launched from Belarus in the direction of Kiev, although I've heard that one of them has been brought down north of the capital city. But I mean, this is a sort of a routine occurrence now. Whenever the defense ministry gets information that something is coming this way, either a siren goes off or inside the hotel a warning is announced and everybody gets down into the cellar as quick as they possibly can.
There's many Kyiv residents bracing for another night in air raid shelters. What's the atmosphere like on day 4 of the invasion?
The atmosphere is surprisingly or astonishingly resilient, I would say. Wherever you go in Kiev or outside Kiev throughout the country, defense units are being formed, and there seems to be a sort of consolidation of the national spirit with everybody, young and old, getting ready to either fight or support the defenders of Ukraine against this Russian invasion. Many are people who have served in territorial defense units in the past and have got some sort of military experience, but loads of them are signing up or digging trenches, cooking food for soldiers. And as you pointed out, just over the last 24 hours, a Russian incursion into Ukraine's second biggest city, Kharkiv, was repulsed by the Ukrainians at considerable loss. to the Russian armed forces. There were tanks and armoured vehicles strewn all over the streets of Kharkiv, and dozens of Russian soldiers have been surrendering to the Ukrainian armed forces, many of them saying, incidentally, that they thought they were in Ukraine because it was part of a training exercise, some of them even suggesting that they weren't even aware that they were in Ukraine.
Now, many Ukrainians have been fleeing the country. Are most of the Ukrainians that remain in Kyiv planning to shelter in place?
Yeah, I mean, what happens now, as I was suggesting, you can't go out on the street, so you either have to stay in your own home, or you find shelter somewhere else. Now, many of the houses, the housing apartments have cellars in the basement. A lot of people can go there. Others don't, however, and for that reason, the metro stations have been opened for people to go down and shelter there. Trains have been brought into the stations as well, so that people can sleep in the trains. But that's where they have to stay as well. You know, they can't go out onto the street, you know, once the night is over or once the air raid ends, because there's a curfew on the streets and it's in place until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. But people seem to be bearing up with this, although it's a massive inconvenience. They all understand that this is a critical moment for Ukraine and they have to get behind their armed forces. And if it helps the armed forces to track down saboteurs in the city, well, so be it.
All right, Rob Porsons with the latest for us there from the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. Thank you so much for your reporting, Rob. Well, the war in Ukraine has sparked a humanitarian crisis. According to the UN Refugee Agency, nearly 370,000 people have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries, while 160,000 Ukrainians have been internally displaced. Well, amidst this rush to flee, people have been piling into crowded trains, while others have been heading toward border crossings on foot to avoid massive traffic jams. Brian Quinn has that story.
Early Sunday morning at the main train station of Lviv in western Ukraine, civilians, many of them foreigners, wait for their chance to flee. Hours before, scenes of chaos on the platforms amid a mad rush to the west.
The train was cancelled. So basically we're waiting for, maybe we will be waiting for a couple of hours to get the next one.
Lviv has become a key exit point from Ukraine. More than 150,000 refugees have already poured into neighboring countries. At least half have gone to Poland, where the Interior Minister has said that anyone fleeing Russian bombs can count on support. Hungary, too, has welcomed fleeing Ukrainians. It's a marked departure in refugee policy for both Poland and Hungary, which have recently refused to accept Middle Eastern asylum seekers. Fighting-age men have been barred from leaving Ukraine as the government tries to rally a nationwide defense using both its professional military and civilian volunteers. Meanwhile, some Ukrainians who live abroad are returning to fight.
We are Ukrainians. We are great people. We must fight, and we will win. I believe. I pray for win.
EU interior ministers are meeting Sunday to discuss how to handle a crisis that the UN says could create up to 5 million refugees.
That's all from me for now, but France 24's special continuing coverage of Russia's war in Ukraine continues, so do stay with us.
туда, прямо по дороге.
Сеня, какие ваши идеи? Тут такая бомба.
Нет, за ними.
На нас они пропустят, я думаю.
Câte? Corona, că aveți cu noi restul. Я так одяга. Куди біжимо? Куди ми біжимо?
Not for life, what they talk to me, yeah. So let's
Breaking news on on France 24 and France24.com.
Welcome back to the France 24 newsroom. We're going to listen to this live speech from European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Here she is now.
Territory of the European Union. This will apply to any plane owned, chartered, or otherwise controlled by a Russian legal or natural person. So let me be very clear. Our airspace will be closed to every Russian plane, and that includes the private jets of oligarchs too. Second, in another unprecedented step, we will ban in the European Union the Kremlin's media machine. The state-owned Russia Today and Sputnik, as well as their subsidiaries, will no longer be able to spread their lies to justify Putin's war and to sow division in our union. So we are developing tools to ban that toxic and harmful disinformation in Europe. And third, we will target the other aggressor of this war, Lukashenko's regime. Lukashenko's regime is complicit in the vicious attack against Ukraine. So we will hit Lukashenko's regime with a new package of sanctions. We will introduce restrictive measures against their most important sectors. This will stop their exports of products from mineral fuels to tobacco, wood and timber, cement, iron, and steel. We will also extend to Belarus the export restrictions we introduced on dual-use goods for Russia. This will also avoid any risk of circumvention of our measures against Russia. And in addition, we will sanction those Belarusians helping the Russian war effort. All these measures come on top of the strong package that I presented to you last night, agreed by our international partners. Under this package, important Russian banks will be excluded from the SWIFT system. We will also ban the transactions of Russia's central bank and freeze all its assets to prevent it from financing Putin's war. And we will target the assets of Russian oligarchs. We continue to coordinate closely with partners around the globe, and we remain in close contact with our Ukrainian friends. President Zelensky's leadership and his bravery and the resilience of the Ukrainian people are outstanding and impressive. They are an inspiration for all of us. We welcome with open arms those Ukrainians who have to flee from Putin's bombs, and I'm proud of the warm welcome that Europeans have given them. We are mobilizing every effort and every euro to support our eastern member states to host and take care of these refugees. We will do this in full solidarity. And with this, I invite HRVP Borrell to give his part.
Thank you, President. As you have said, we are currently witnessing a fully fledged war directly in our borders. The war is again on the borders of Europe. President Putin is trampling the statehood and identity of a sovereign Ukraine and its people. What we see is blatant violations of international law, and with more and more civilian infrastructure being targeted, international humanitarian law, Putin's bombing, launching missiles, strikes, killing innocent people. But the Ukrainian armed forces are fiercely fighting back and showing an heroic resistance to this invasion. It's a people and an army fighting against the invader. But the invader, Putin war is not only against Ukraine. We need to understand the gravity of the situation for us, for the European, and for the global security. This afternoon, Putin has announced that he's putting Russian nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. It's important to stress that the nuclear forces of Russia has been put on high alert. I just had a VTC conference with the G7 foreign ministers, and we were joined by Minister Kuleba, who informed us of the latest development on the ground and the Ukraine urgent needs. And I told him very clearly, you came last week, we asked for SWIFT and we asked for arms. And now we are delivering on both sides. We are doing everything we can to support Ukraine. We stand by Ukrainian people in practical terms. In 1 hour, I am convening for the 4th time in this week the European Union Foreign Ministers' Council for an extraordinary meeting, and following up the request from Minister Kuleba, Foreign Minister of Ukraine, I will today propose to use the European Peace Facility for 2 emergency assistance measures to finance the supply of lethal material to the Ukrainian army, as well as urgently needed fuel, protective equipment, and medical supplies. Another taboo has fallen. The taboo that the European Union was not providing arms in a war. Yes, we are doing, because this war requires our engagement in order to support the Ukrainian army. Because we live in unprecedented times, like you did when the pandemic came. We are facing the best on the war, as the biblical times. And this will not finish here. It is the first time in our history that the European Union will provide lethal equipment to a third country. And I have also instructed my team and the European Union military staff to set up a mechanism to coordinate the request of the Ukrainian army, together with the member states, to their needs that Minister Kuleba has explained us today. Today we will provide the political endorsement also of the European Union 27 member states to the overall package of measures outlined by President von der Leyen that will pave the way for the swift adoption of all necessary acts. As just explained by Madam President, we will discuss with the foreign ministers the announcement of tough economic sanctions. SWIFT, the central bank. I will also put forward additional listings against oligarchs. We'll target the elite of the Putin regime, who benefit financially from the system. We will also reinforce our measures against Belarus, who have been facilitating the Russian assault against Ukraine. With these measures, more than half of the central bank reserve of Russia will be blocked. Also, more and more member states are announcing to close the airspace to the Russian airlines and aircrafts, and we will set a common approach together with the ministers. And finally, disinformation, because Putin doesn't want also only to conquer the land, he also wants to conquer the spirits of the people through toxic messages, through lies. The Kremlin and its supporters are engaged in a massive disinformation campaign in Ukraine, in our neighborhood, and in the European Union itself. And we have been fighting against disinformation since 2015 with the East Stratcom Task Force, and the European Union disinformation platform, which, by the way, I invite all of you to visit. And today we are taking a crucial step to turn off the tap for the Russians' information manipulation in Europe by banning Russia Today and Sputnik from broadcasting in the European Union. We are killing the snake on its net. We will also continue working actively in Ukraine and in our neighborhood to fight the attempts to distort reality and to seed confusion and uncertainty. Let me close, Madam President, by underlining that we will continue to coordinate with the Ukrainian government and neighborhood countries and to do everything that we can to provide all the necessary support to the Ukrainian people and to put a stop to this senseless war. Thank you.
We just heard there from European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and EU Foreign Policy Chief Josep Borrell saying in that press conference there that EU airspace is to be closed to Russian aircraft. Multiple measures announced, including a banning of Russian state media and including a new sanctions package that will target Russian banks and exclude some Russian banks from the SWIFT banking system, also that will restrict Russia's central bank following von der Leyen's announcement of those plans yesterday evening. We also heard from Borrell saying that Russian President Vladimir Putin is trampling on the statehood and sovereign identity of Ukraine. He said that he is convening an extraordinary meeting of EU foreign ministers today, and they will be discussing sending lethal equipment and supplies to Ukraine. Also giving his support for that sanctions package that would target Russian banks and exclude some of them from SWIFT. Also supporting sanctions that would target Russian oligarchs and, as he said it, the elite of the Putin regime. Well, to break this all down further, I am joined now by France 24's Brussels correspondent Dave Keating. He's on the line with us now. Dave, a lot was just said in that press conference. Let's talk about that sanctions package that was just announced.
Yeah, so three really big announcements just now. So we've got the sanctions package, which is a very, very big deal. There's a lot of risk here with the sanctions package of blowback. So they're trying to craft it in a way that it has the minimal amount of impact on the European economy, but that is difficult. We're talking about 80 billion euros that could be affected here. So they've tried to do this carefully, and this still is going to need to be worked out. But the sanctions package here is quite significant, and it's very, very significant that now specific countries like Germany and Italy, who were very, very hesitant about this, have come around. It shows the seriousness of the situation in the world's eyes.
And we also heard about a European airspace being closed to Russian aircraft. What are the details on that?
Yeah, I mean, by this point, most EU countries had already taken the national decision to close their airspaces. And effectively, already at this point, Russian commercial airliners cannot fly anywhere to the west. They are facing an entire wall of blocked airspace from Finland all the way down to Romania. But now it is an EU policy, so every EU country, I'm not sure who was left, I think maybe Greece, Hungary hadn't yet, but now it is official that every EU country will block their airspace. So this means, as von der Leyen was just explaining, that any commercial airliner that's registered in Russia cannot fly over EU airspace, they cannot land at an EU airport, they cannot take off at an EU airport. So if an Aeroflot plane is somewhere in the EU, they can't take off from that airline. And this includes private jets that might belong to oligarchs. She was very, very keen to stress that this isn't just Aeroflots, this is any registered Russian aircraft, including chartered jets.
All All right, Dave Keating reporting live from Brussels. We're going to take a quick break here on France 24. We'll be back in 15 minutes, so do stay with us. We'll have more on all of these developments.
Це прильоти по городу були?
По городу ураган.
Ураган?
Да. А не по лісу? Та ні, по городу.
Та туди прямо по дорозі.
Прямо туди по городу. Сеня, які ваші ідеї? Тут така бомба.
ja pojadę pociągiem. 14.
Nie, ale gdzie pan ma bagaż?
Tak, już jeden. Słuchajcie, panie tutaj mają maskoki dla dzieci. I see. From Odessa.
A dobra, jeden i jeszcze, taki. Co? Dziękuję. Do widzenia. Jeszcze żonie do mnie. No.
Proszę jeszcze jeden. Proszę, weź sobie, weź. ja pojadę pociągiem. 14.
Nie, ale gdzie pan ma bagaż?
Tak, już jedno. Słuchajcie, panie tutaj mają maskotki dla dzieci. I see. From Odessa.
A dobra, jeden i jeszcze, taki. Co? Dziękuję. Do widzenia. Jeszcze żonie tam. No.
A proszę jeszcze jeden. Weź sobie, weź.
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
The EU announcing a new sanctions package against Russia and shuts its airspace to Russian aircraft as part of a series of fresh punitive measures against Moscow. The details coming up with our Brussels correspondent in just a moment. Ukraine agrees to hold talks with Russia at its border with Belarus. This as fighting continues to rage across Ukraine on the fourth day of Russia's invasion. And Germany overhauls decades of defense policy in response to the war in Ukraine, announcing increases in military spending. This as hundreds of thousands protest against the war in Berlin. Hello and welcome to this special continuing coverage of the war in Ukraine here on France 24 with me, Claire Rush. Well, the EU has just announced another sanctions package against Russia, along with a series of other punitive measures against Moscow following its invasion of Ukraine. Here's European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen speaking just a few minutes ago.
We are shutting down the EU airspace for Russians. We're proposing a prohibition on all Russian-owned, Russian-registered and Russian-controlled aircraft. These aircraft will no more be able to land in, take off, or overfly the territory of the European Union. This will apply to any plane owned, chartered, or otherwise controlled by a Russian legal or natural person. So let me be very clear. Our airspace will be closed to every Russian plane, and that includes the private jets of oligarchs too.
Let's get the details now from our Brussels correspondent, Dave Keating. Now, Dave, we'd seen more and more European countries announcing today, this Sunday, that they would close their airspace to Russian aircraft, but now it's an EU-wide policy.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, by this point, most EU countries had already nationally taken the decision to close airspace. And really, at this point, it's not possible for Russian aircraft to fly west at all because all of the countries from Finland all the way on down to Romania have blocked the airspace. But now it is an all-EU decision. Officially, those couple countries that hadn't adopted that yet have now agreed to adopt that. What that means is that any airplane like President von der Leyen was just outlining there that is registered to a Russian legal entity or person cannot take off, land at a EU airport, cannot overfly EU airspace, and this includes private jets from Russian oligarchs. The big question is here, what about Russian oligarchs who have chartered planes registered elsewhere? That may get a little complicated, but the fact that they are Russian, it probably makes their planes subject to this overflight ban. Now, this applies to commercial aircraft. I think it's important to stress here. So this is obviously in addition to military aircraft can't overfly, but this is Russian airlines like Aeroflot, the main airline, and actually two Aeroflot planes just had to be diverted over the Baltic Sea. One was coming here to Brussels, another one was coming to Paris. They both had to make dramatic U-turns in the middle of their flights and go back to Moscow because now that western route is completely closed to them.
And we also heard about a new fresh sanctions package. What did Ursula von der Leyen say about that?
Yeah, so this is the big news here is SWIFT, the inclusion of the SWIFT international bank transfer system. So Russian banks are going to be excluded from that system, and that is a big blow to the Russian economy. But it also risks a lot of blowback to the European economies. So what the foreign ministers who are meeting by video starting now, they're going to be meeting through the night to try to figure out a way to design this sanctions package so that it has minimal disruption and damage to the EU economies. That is a tough ask, which is probably why they're going to go all night. Also, President von der Leyen announced here that the sanctions that they've given to Russia, they will extend to Belarus and also add some additional sanctions. She said that is one, because Belarus is helping Russia in this attack on Ukraine, and also it's to make sure that Russia can't get around these sanctions by doing economic activity through Belarus. So essentially, the sanctions that have already been on Russia will now be extended to Belarus, and Belarus will have some additional specific sanctions, in particular on individuals that are involved in planning or aiding this attack.
Dave, one last question with you before we let you go. The EU also announced that it would be considering sending lethal aid to Ukraine. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so this follows the announcements from Germany, a major shift of decades of policy where Germany has historically banned any shipment of arms to active military conflicts, and it also banned the shipment of arms that were made in Germany but might be being shipped from somewhere else. So that's been preventing Estonia from sending military equipment to Ukraine, for instance, because it was made in Germany, also the Netherlands. So as soon as Germany announced that yesterday, it opened up a whole new world. I mean, this is unprecedented, really. For the first time ever, the European Union will be sending military aid to a country in a conflict. It's never been done before. This also is going to be a tricky issue for foreign ministers to work out in the wee hours of this morning, this upcoming morning, because the EU treaties, the founding treaties, actually forbid the EU budget from being used for military purposes. I'm told that there's an extra fund, a peace fund, that exists outside the budget that they can work through. It also has the advantage of not needing unanimous approval by all EU countries, because it's thought that several countries with traditional neutrality, like Austria and Ireland, will want to abstain in this vote and not have money going toward the fund. So a lot to work out tonight, but that is a watershed moment, as President von der Leyen said tonight. The European Union has never done this before.
All right, Dave Keating reporting live for us there from Brussels. Thanks so much for that update, Dave. Well, for more on all these announcements we are just hearing from the EU, we can speak now with Mark Perlman, France 24's French politics editor, who joins me here in the studio. Another thing we just heard in that press conference from von der Leyen and Josep Borrell, the EU saying we want to welcome Ukrainian refugees. Is this signaling a shift in EU migration policy?
It could, but it's quite incredible when you rewind to a week ago. I mean, the developments Dave just mentioned about Germany, about weapons, and now refugees. I mean, obviously, one has to remember that back in 2015, when Angela Merkel took that decision to welcome some 1 million Syrian refugees, she was pretty much on her own. She was criticized by France, by other countries, for essentially making things much more complicated. And then you had years of tensions between European countries as to how many refugees or how many migrants will each European country take. And this has not been resolved. And some are saying that it actually helped the rise of the far right in many countries, including in France. So it remains to be seen exactly what this policy with regards to the refugees will be. Obviously, we're already seeing at the border of Poland, Romania, and other countries that many Ukrainians are fleeing, and there is a kind of open-armed policy right now. And so, yes, it is a big change. It remains to be seen how many Ukrainians will cross the borders of Europe, how many will arrive in France. Obviously, in France, it's a sensitive issue. We're entering the presidential campaign. Immigration has been really a bone of contention between Emmanuel Macron and the far-right candidates Éric Zemmour and Marine Le Pen. So it will be very interesting to see how this new EU policy, if it becomes reality, will be discussed during the presidential campaign that's starting right now here in France.
Yes, indeed. And we also just heard from those EU chiefs there announcing new sanctions against Belarus. Let's have a listen.
Lukashenko's regime is complicit in the vicious attack against Ukraine. So we will hit Lukashenko's regime with a new package of sanctions. We will introduce restrictive measures against their most important sectors. This will stop their exports of products from mineral fuels to tobacco, wood and timber, cement, iron and steel. We will also extend to Belarus the export restrictions we introduced on dual-use goods for Russia.
Now, Mark, those fresh sanctions against Belarus announced as Belarus has effectively been used as a launching pad for Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Yes, and the opposition in Belarus must wonder why those sanctions were not put in place when Lukashenko brutally repressed the opposition after it probably won an election. So, yes, things are changing very, very quickly. Sanctions that one could not have imagined even after such a decision by Lukashenko to crack down and enforce that he won that election. And all the opposition was saying, well, where are the Europeans? Well, now they're coming, not to support them, but essentially to go after Vladimir Putin and his ally, his vassal, many would say, Alexander Lukashenko. Say, yes, there is a willingness really by the Europeans, but also this is coordinated with the UK, first of all, with Canada, and of course, last but not least, the United States. There is clearly a strategy that's been discussed for weeks now, because everyone knew that something was going to happen in Ukraine, and so we're seeing those sanctions, piling up against Russia, but also now against Belarus.
All right, France 24's Mark Perlman with that analysis with me here in the studio, and we'll be hearing from him throughout the evening. Well, speaking of Belarus, Ukraine says it has agreed to hold talks with Russia at its border with Belarus. This after a phone call between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and his Belarusian counterpart Alexander Lukashenko. Zelensky's office saying the meeting will take place without preconditions near the Pripyat River. Russian President Vladimir Putin has said that a Russian delegation is in the Belarusian city of Gomel already, as you can see in this map here. The Ukrainian president, however, has said he won't hold talks in Belarus, as it's been used as a launch pad for Russia's invasion, as we discussed just here in the studio. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered his defense chiefs to put the country's nuclear deterrence forces on high alert, citing aggressive statements by NATO.
I ordered the defense minister and the chief of the general staff of the Russian armed forces to put the deterrence forces of the Russian army into a special mode of combat service.
Well, for more on the reactions to this statement from Putin, specifically from Washington, we can cross to our correspondent Ketivan Gordestani, who's standing by for us. Ketivan, how has the White House been reacting to Putin's nuclear threat?
Well, a senior administration official called it yet another totally unnecessary and escalatory step, referring to this pattern that Vladimir Putin has shown over the recent weeks. Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, said that Putin had a pattern of manufacturing threats that don't exist in order to justify their aggression, referring, of course, to Vladimir Putin's comments about NATO's aggressive comments towards Russia. So the White House is sort of dismissing this idea of a nuclear threat as yet another pattern of Putin and yet another way for Putin to sort of raise the stakes possibly ahead of these talks between the Russians and the Ukrainians. But the Americans are really trying to not get into this escalatory rhetoric of a nuclear threat and sort of trying to play this down as just a posturing from the Russian president to try to minimize maybe the threat of that nuclear posture by the Russians. The Americans are really focused right now on stepping up the sanctions. You've been talking about those sanctions coordinated with the Europeans, also stepping up their humanitarian aid as well as their military aid to try to help the Ukrainians face the Russian as best as they can.
Kyiv, Washington has been very active on the diplomatic front throughout this crisis, but what's its current military role on the ground in Ukraine, if any?
Well, on the ground, there is no military really presence by the Americans because that's something that the U.S. president has simply put completely off the table. He's been repeating it over and over again. He will not be sending U.S. troops in Ukraine to fight Russia. That said, there's a lot of military aid. Just recently, they announced an extra $350 billion in military aid to the Ukrainians, bringing it to a total of about $1 billion in military aid sent by the United States. The question, of course, is how quickly that aid will get to the Ukrainians. That said, the U.S. are extremely present on NATO's eastern flank. That is where Joe Biden is focusing his attention because he doesn't want to go into Ukraine, but he's been sending U.S. troops to that NATO eastern flank. Now, before this crisis, there were already about 80,000 U.S. troops all over Europe as part as the NATO presence, but also on U.S. military bases, especially, of course, in Germany. And over the course of this crisis, as things were escalating between Ukraine and Russia, the president sent more troops just a few days ago, announcing that an extra 7,000 troops based in the United States were being sent over, first to Germany and possibly to be redeployed elsewhere, most likely to that NATO eastern flanks. There were also redeployments within Europe. Moving, for example, last week, moving about 700 or 800 troops based in Italy towards the three Baltic states, also movement of equipment, fighter jets, helicopters, all of that being really shoring up that NATO eastern flank, specifically the three Baltic states, as well as Poland and Romania, those countries, those NATO members that are really on the front line facing the Russians. And so the goal for the Americans is to show their support to these eastern members of NATO and to shore up the defense of NATO on that eastern flank and to show that they are ready if Vladimir Putin were to decide to go further than Ukraine.
Washington with the White House's reaction to Putin's nuclear threat. Thanks for that, Kyiv. As a reminder for those of you who are just joining us, the latest from the ground, Ukrainian forces claim to have secured control of Kyiv, fighting off a Russian advance to take Ukraine's second biggest city. Following reports
across to Berlin and speak to our correspondent, Nick Spicer. Hello to you, Nick. Before he went out and spoke to lawmakers, we were discussing how this is a big speech for Olaf Scholz. What were some of the highlights there?
In the midst of all this, Ukrainian civilians are also...
This was really a speech for the history books. It's a 180-degree turn in German foreign policy. I'm just going to drill down on some of the things that really impressed me. Well, first of all, standing ovations, multiple standing ovations. There were no parts of the National Assembly that were not applauding. As far as I could see, pretty much everything he said. He said, first of all, we must show strength and defend freedom and democracy and security. And we all have these stories from our parents and grandparents whereby we can't get involved in war because of Germany's Nazi past, and that Germany has basically a responsibility to not foment any kind of conflict. He said today that foreign policy has been naive, to use a word from the end of his speech, and that diplomacy is always an option, but we must do new things. He said that Germany was going to send weapons to Ukraine. This was announced in a tweet last night after a meeting with the coalition partners. Some of the things that are involved are 1,000 anti-tank missiles, 500 ground-to-air missiles, Stingers, to shoot down those Russian aircraft that are shooting rockets into civilian buildings, among other targets. He said that this was not Russia's war. This was Putin's war, and a big standing ovation, over 20 seconds I counted, when he said, let's not forget that there are protests against this war across Russia, and that the people who are protesting across Russia face violence and imprisonment and all kinds of problems for their standing up against the war. Big standing ovation there. He moved on to thank the German soldiers who were in a state of readiness in Romania and Slovenia and in the German Navy in the Baltic Sea. But he said this, and this was another historical turnaround. We're going to spend a lot more money, 100 billion euros extra. We're going to hit that famous 2% spending target that NATO members have. And what's more, we're going to actually put this in the Constitution. This spending is not something that's going to be voted on every year. We'll see if that comes to fruition, but that's a headline. That's really big. It's a change in Germany's foreign policy. And then, as you were saying, well, the energy mix. We know that from the weeks we've been talking about this conflict, that Nord Stream 2 pipeline, Germany being heavily dependent on Russian gas imports. Well, he said, listen, German citizens, I know you're worried. There will be help for the poorest among you. Gas prices will go up. We'll work harder on changing the energy mix. We're going to work on importing liquid natural gas from the United States, from Qatar, from other countries, and building a network. We're going to end that dependency, that addiction that's basically going back to the 1980s, to the Cold War. And then finally, he said, listen, and this was really the standout summary for me. Our own history has said that we must not accept violence as policy. And now there's violence coming from Russia, and it's unacceptable, and it's Germany's time to act.
Indeed. Thank you, Nick. Nick Spicer reporting from Berlin.
Well, amidst the rush to flee, people have been piling into crowded
Hi everyone, you're watching France 24. We're going to cross live to Berlin. The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz welcoming Emmanuel Macron amid the spiraling tension over Ukraine.
Ich will gerne alle Unterstützung zusagen und gleichzeitig beginnt unsere G7-Präsidentschaft. Es ist gut, wenn wir diese beiden Aufgaben zusammenführen und unsere Themen hier gemeinsam voranbringen können. Was wir wollen, ist ein starkes und ein souveränes Europa.
Reconcile these different missions. What we want is a Europe that is strong and sovereign. We want an international order which is just, fair, and which allows the promotion of economic growth, the fight against climate change, and quite obviously, we wish to fight against the pandemic and improve the health situation in the world. Germany and France will be working hand in hand in order to meet these objectives. France has the presidency of the Council of the European Union, and during the March informal meeting, we'll be talking about growth and investment. We've already done preparatory work, fruitful, within the framework of the European recovery. And the digital transition is very important, as well as the fight against climate change. What we want to do is to modernize our industry in such a way as to ensure that prosperity and the fight against climate change be carried out together, and the 55 package of the Commission, we wish to deal with a fair number of questions that are on our agenda. We want to defend the democracy, the rule of law, and we wish to buttress confidence. And these are the points that we'll be talking about in the course of the days to come. And how do you fight against climate change? National measures must be coordinated with those which are international, and Europe
Ausgleichsmechanismus, damit die Industrie hierzulande
has
geschützt
put
ist.
forward the idea
Und das soll
of
eingebettet
a
sein in die Idee eines
CO2
Klimagipfels, Fragen, die wir
border
also
compensation
miteinander
mechanism,
bereden wollen,
and we've
die
also
zeigen,
launched the
dass
idea of a
europäische
climate
Politik
club.
eingebettet
All
in
these themes we wish to
internationale
deal with together,
Kooperation
and
besonders
what counts for
erfolgreich
us
sein kann.
is that the
Was uns
European
auch wichtig
policy
ist, ist die Frage, wie
be
wir gemeinsam
anchored
agieren
in
im
the
Hinblick auf die
international
sehr schwierige
actions.
Lage entlang
How
der
must one act in the
ukrainisch-russischen
face
Grenze.
of the very
Sind
serious
viele
situation
Truppen dort stationiert
along the
und deshalb
Ukrainian
ist es
border?
notwendig,
You know
dass
that
jetzt
there
alles
are a
dazu
large number of
beigetragen
troops
wird,
that are
dass die
stationed at the
Situation sich
frontier, at
anders
the border.
entwickelt, als das
And what we want to
gegenwärtig
do is
manchmal
our very best
zu
to make
befürchten
sure
ist.
that the
Wir
situation
erwarten auch von
doesn't
Russland
evolve
deshalb
negatively.
eindeutige
Some fear
Schritte,
it,
die zu einer
and we
Deeskalation der Situation
expect
beitragen.
Russia to
Und wir sind
take
uns alle
measures
einig,
in order
dass
to
eine
arrive
militärische
at a
Aggression
de-escalation.
schwerwiegende
And we all
Konsequenzen
agree to say that
nach sich
military
zieht.
aggression would
Deshalb
have
ist es gut, dass
very
wir
serious
zusammenarbeiten
consequences.
bilateral,
That is the
dass wir
reason for
zusammenarbeiten
which we
in der
believe that
Europäischen
bilateral
Union,
cooperation
in der
is
NATO, in
extremely
der
useful. Bilateral, of course, but also within the framework of the European Union, as well as
alles miteinander
international.
voranzutreiben. Gut ist, dass gesprochen
All
wird.
of this
Das gilt auch für
is
das
something that we will
Normandie-Format, in
carry
dem
out together.
Frankreich und Deutschland
Now,
eine
with regard to
besondere
the Normandy
Aufgabe haben.
format,
Also froh,
Germany and
dass wir so
France
früh im Jahr
have
miteinander sprechen können
very
und
important
freue mich
missions
auf
to
die
undertake
Aufgaben, die
within
wir
this
gemeinsam
framework.
für
And
Europa,
I
aber auch
am
für
very
eine
happy
Welt,
that we
die
be able to meet in the beginning of the year in order to
leisten kann.
discuss
Schönen Dank
European
und schönen Dank,
themes
dass
and
du hier
themes that are of interest to us internationally. Thank you very much, and thank you for having come.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Chancelier.
Chancellor, dear Olaf, thank you very much indeed for your welcome in the beginning of the year, the Chancellery. Very happy to be with you here and be with all the teams to work together. Thank you very much for your invitation to Berlin after our first official meeting in Paris on the 10th of December last. Before anything else, I'd like to express France's condolences following the attack carried out by an attacker in Heidelberg and wish condolences to the family of the young student who was killed and a quick recovery for those who've been hurt. France has taken on the presidency of the G7. Germany has taken the presidency of the G7 and France the presidency of the Council of the European Union, and the common agenda that we're carrying out together will allow us to coordinate several regional and international agendas. I won't come back to what the Chancellor has already indicated, but we wish to together build the economy of the future that be fairer, stronger at the digital level, better regulated, adapted, and being able to bring our answer to climate change. And this agenda in the next semester will allow us to do so through advances in our discussions in the field of climate, through carbon mechanism adjustment at the borders, and the Friends of the Climate Club through the presidency of the EU and that of G7, which would allow us to, in different formats, European and international, especially that of the OECD, as we've been able to do so for digital taxation. It is our will to have a climate agenda and to put together international subjects in line with the latter. This is the agenda that we'll be working on together during one ocean summit in Brest, which will allow us to discuss the biodiversity of the oceans and push the European model. The economy of the future that I'm mentioning is also digital, with a series of investment projects that we've promoted in the months and in the months to come, on which we will continue to work. Semiconductors, artificial intelligence, just to mention a few examples, and which will lead us to take forward several regulations that will lend structure on the market, services, and also complete a common model. And we are to work together on the right investments and the right economic and financial governance of our Europe in order to accompany this economic endeavor. And then the Europe of values and the fights that are dear to us. We know that in the coming months we will together be managing situations which are sometimes preoccupying in certain members of the European Union, and we will do so with a lot of respect and in particular the respect of each government sovereignly elected, but at the same time with a lot of demandingness for the respect of the values of our Europe. And the fight for our values and the fight that are dear to the Europeans are also the fights that of a minimum European wage, men, women equality, gender equality, that will mark several subjects of cooperation between France and Germany. And the third major subject in my eyes, which has been widely mentioned by the Chancellor, is obviously EU playing its role as a power of equilibrium in the geopolitical context. We are to work together with the African continent since the summit of next month between the African Union and the EU, and we will have the opportunity of coming back to it this evening and to build a new partnership, whether it's a question of vaccines, of climate transition, economic and financial reform with the African continent, as well as question of security and the fight against terrorism. And then we will have the question of the Balkans, on which we want to have a common agenda in the months to come, and our close collaboration is very important. The Western Balkans are very important for peace and stability of Europe. And as you rightly reminded us, as you perfectly mentioned, dear Olaf, this evening we'll come to this, and together we have to mention the tensions which are growing today on the Ukrainian border and the relations in particular between with Russia. And both of us, with a lot of force, are calling for a de-escalation of tensions. And here I'd like to say just how much France and Germany are united on this subject, whether it is a question of the discussion that we have within the framework of NATO, the EU, within the OSCE, but also as being the two European partners of the Normandy format. And on all these subjects, we play a role to have truly a Europe that is working on the control of armaments and a new order of security and stability for itself, to call for de-escalation through a dialogue, a demanding dialogue with Russia, and to work for a stability through political means, the situation in Ukraine and in the Donbass. All of this requires unity and coordination, and that is the case between France and Germany, and that is what together we have done yesterday evening with several other European countries and allied countries of NATO, in particular the United States of America. I won't be much longer, and I will answer questions than any other questions. And in the meantime, I'd like to thank you very much, Chancellor, for your invitation today to Berlin, and for the permanent work that our ministers and our teams are doing together, and the friendship and work that we have for each other.
Bonjour Monsieur le Chancelier, bonjour Monsieur le Président. Une question
Mr. Chancellor, morning, Mr. President, BFM TV for French television. We have heard your call for de-escalation of tensions. Russia today launched military maneuvers at the Ukraine borders between Crimea. What is your belief? Do you think that the Russian army can go into the territory of Ukraine in the hours or the minutes and the days, rather, to come? And if that is the case, it is difficult for us to know what is the response of France and Germany, and in general the Europeans. Americans are deploying 8,500 military personnel. And is France and Germany ready to intervene militarily? Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. May I remind you of what we've already undertaken? What we have specified is that a military aggression that would call into question the territorial integrity of Ukraine will have consequences, serious consequences. We agree on this point with our NATO allies and those of the European Union. Our position is very clear indeed. And we want to come to a de-escalation of the situation, and that is the reason why we have marked our agreement with the direct discussions in Geneva with the United States and ourselves. In the Normandy format, for a long time we could not meet, and it is very good that such meetings actually resume, and we welcome the effort made by the OSCE. The OSCE, for us all, is a forum, an institution which went through the Cold War, the détente, and is born out of this situation. And it is therefore absolutely essential that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states in Europe not be threatened. And that is a very good format of discussion. With regard to the Normandy format, we've already discussed it. It is a major contribution of our two countries. And quite obviously, we have to take very seriously this situation. The situation is a serious one. But we must also very clearly say what would happen if there was a military aggression. Third point, we must do everything to organize meeting negotiations for de-escalation. And that is what we are doing in close consultation with our allies in the United States. And the situation, of course, is an evolving one in front of the difficult situation. Now, with regard to the situation and the latest events, we remain extremely vigilant, and events characterized and duly qualified. But collectively, we are very vigilant. And in real time, we are following the situation and its development. And as the Chancellor said, we are following things very closely. But I'd like to emphasize 4 points. First is that the unity of the Europeans and their allies. And in the face of this situation, we are totally united, grouped, and coordinated as a member state of the EU and as allies within the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Secondly is our solidarity with Ukraine. France and solidarity and the European Commission has had the Germany, and we've reinforced our commitment, and we are ready to defend from a cyber point of view, which has Ukraine, which has been subject to several attacks. And in the context of this situation, we are in solidarity with Ukraine and fully committed. Third element, and the Chancellor has just emphasized this point, is to never give up the dialogue with Russia, demanding dialogue. You know that France has always pleaded for this dialogue. This dialogue can take on different formats. There's a dialogue which lends structure. It is important between the United States of America and Russia, and it is good that it carries on. And there's a dialogue that will lead to meetings soon and has led to first exchanges in a format that we know between Russia and NATO. And then there is a dialogue within the framework of the OSCE. The Chancellor has just reminded the importance of this format, which was born, as I might remind you, 30 years ago from a will to build an area of common area of security, which is the consequences of values and principles that we have accepted, we Europeans, but also Russia. And amongst these principles that we have accepted, that we want guarantee of is the sovereignty of each one of us, including that of Ukraine. So within this framework, dialogue with OSCE must take place. And then the Normandy format on the Ukrainian question, the Minsk Accords, and the EU and Russia. All of these channels must be used completely in order to re-engage Russia in a process of de-escalation to obtain guarantees and also to allow us to build what I was able to call the new security and stability order. That is to say, guarantees and over and beyond the Ukrainian question on security at the borders of Europe. And the fourth element, then we prepare in parallel the common reaction and retaliation in case of aggression. And as it was mentioned, if there were to be an aggression, the retaliation will be there and the cost will be very high.
Ich habe eine Frage an den Präsidenten und den Bundeskanzler. Sie haben jetzt beide die Gemeinsamkeiten vor allem
which is for the President and the Chancellor. You have emphasized your position, but I would like to know if the beginning of your cooperation isn't particularly difficult, given the fact that there are different prospects, the taxonomy, for example, or again, the export of weapons, the French position not the same as Germany, and the Stability Pact. So I'm addressing myself to both of you. Your cooperation, how is it? Particularly good or not? And then, Mr. President, you have worked with the former Chancellor. Can you maybe make a little comparison with your cooperation with Mrs. Merkel and Mr. Scholz? Is it more difficult? Is it the same? Is it less difficult? First of all, I'd like to say that we have already worked with Chancellor Scholz in the past because he had also to endeavor with France on many subjects of structure, in particular the European Recovery Plan. And as Minister of Finance, he had a very important role. And so it's not a discovery. We knew each other. And the German-French agenda, the European agenda, is known to both, and they've been common work in our successive conditions. Both of us are totally convinced of the importance of the friendship between Germany and France and of the role, absolutely necessary role of this entente to take Europe forwards. And the taking office of Chancellor Scholz is at a time when it's very difficult for our countries. The health crisis is here, which is striking our countries, which imposes that we continue to endeavor in this field. Geopolitical context and our exchange shows this, which is tense as ever before. And both of us are really driven by the awareness that together we have to build solutions. And then everything that you said is right. We have differences because Germany is not France and France is not Germany. Is that a discovery for us? Not really. But we have one conviction, is that we have to endeavor to build compromises and never let there be any misunderstanding or disagreement take place. And on subjects of energy, our models are different because they proceed from a different history and choices that have been made the last 15 years, which are deeply different. However, together, we have to succeed in the decarbonation of our economies and to build greater energy sovereignty in Europe. And we will come to an understanding. The Commission made comments, it's made comments, and we'll move forward. And I think that Germany has a model and a path, and France has its own, and together we must usefully be able to contribute to this European project. Historically, we've had differences on economic and financial discussions. Nonetheless, the euro, everything that we've been able to do on the recovery plan would not have been possible if every time there was not an agreement between France and Germany. That is what we will be able to do. We'll know how to do. And we are very attached to the rules of budgetary seriousness, the convergence that it imposes, and we are lucid on the necessity to have investments in our environments, be it the military question, climate questions, or digital questions. It is this balance that we have to build and invent these solutions, new solutions. On arms exports question, I know the sensitivity of the question on the German political life. This is not something new, because a few years ago with Chancellor Merkel, we built common rules. The Spanish, in fact, joined the rules that we had built, and I'm confident in the fact that we'll always find pragmatic solutions. So yes, we are not the same, but we've never been. But, you know, how close we are, really, every time closer. And that's what we want to be together, do together. As far as the couple, that we always talk of the Franco-German or German-French couple, there were other presidents before me, other chancellors before Chancellor Scholz. And the important thing is for us to know how to build a unique relationship that will be the fruit of the friendship between our countries, of circumstances and our temperaments. And I can tell you, knowing Olaf Scholz for some years now, I'm confident of our capacity to consolidate this friendship and build together.
Schönen Dank.
Thank you. I don't have much more to add, just 2-3 comments. I also believe that the relationship between France and Germany, or Germany and France, are extremely important for our two countries. And those who are in power have to make sure that this friendship continues, and that is what we will do. We have already done so together in the past. What is more, we have a mission in Europe, and this mission consists in making EU a success, and that is our responsibility as far as I'm concerned and as far as the President is concerned. It's been a very long time that we've known each other. When I was mayor of Hamburg, we met, and then within the framework of the Franco-German Friendship Treaty, we worked together on cultural questions, and then I was Minister of Finance, and we worked together as well to have a response, solidarity in our countries on the European Recovery Plan, and we worked together on a common concept. So we've had numerous personal contacts. So I think these are excellent beginnings of work that we will do in the future, and we will succeed.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Chancelier, une question d'abord pour Monsieur le Chancelier Scholz.
Chancellor, first a question for Chancellor Scholz. The refusal of your government to deliver weapons to Ukraine has led to strong criticism. Recently, the Ukrainian authorities accused Germany of betrayal. The Polish Prime Minister said he was worried and disappointed by Germans' attitude, and the Latvian government talked about a big mistake. So what do you say to them? And what can you tell the Ukrainians to reassure them? And another second question that is for both of you. What is, according to you, the final aim pursued by Vladimir Putin in this case? Is it a question of putting back the old order, in going beyond the traditional sphere of Russia, because the strategy that putting in place depends on the aims that are sort of thought to be those of Russia? I will answer to this question for Germany. The federal government has decided not to develop lethal weapons to Ukraine, and this has its reasons. All of this is due to the last decades. But what we want is to actively support the democratic evolution in Ukraine. We wish to assist Ukraine within the framework of our international responsibilities, and we will continue to do so. We wish for Ukraine to remain a country of transit for gas. We wish to support Ukraine to be able to sign gas delivery contracts that not be prey to vicissitudes. So we are committed, namely for hydrogen, renewable energies, and we are committed alongside Ukraine, and all these offer great opportunities, and Ukraine knows that it can count on Germany. What is more, I think that in the real politics, there's no point in asking what are the intentions that lie behind the flagged objectives of certain countries, as we've heard about Russia. What we are doing to ensure security and peace in Europe is based on common decisions, especially within the framework of the OSCE, or again within the framework of the NATO-Russia Act, which has allowed us to enumerate a certain number of principles. And one of these principles is the respect of the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of the European countries.
Quant à votre question,
with regard to your question, it is not for me
quel est l'objectif
to tell you what is the final aim of Russia, but to observe that there is today a multiplication of acts of destabilization
à l'encontre de plusieurs États
against
souverains
several sovereign states
qui étaient anciennement partie de l'Union
which
soviétique.
were formerly part of the Soviet
qu'il y a en
Union.
parallèle de la
And in
multiplication
parallel
de
to
ces
the
actes
multiplication
de
of these
déstabilisation,
acts of
une approche de plus
destabilization,
en
there
plus
is an
hybride
approach which is more and more hybrid on the part of Russia.
Moldavie,
Ukraine,
Ukraine,
Moldavia,
Biélorussie,
Ukraine,
Caucase,
Russia,
attaques cyber,
cyber attacks, the use of weapons or threats of
manœuvres
immigration, military maneuvers, etc.
Et la situation dans laquelle
And
nous
the
sommes
situation
donc
in
aujourd'hui
which we are today
n'est pas stabilisée.
is not stabilized.
C'est un premier élément de
That is the
conséquence. C'est-à-dire
first
que nous sommes
element
pas
of
un état final
consequence. We're not
qui est
a
visible.
final
Elle est
state.
préoccupante pour les
It
Européens.
is preoccupying for the
Et
Europeans,
elle impose
and
cette
it
unité
imposes this
et la
unity
préparation d'une réaction
and the
commune qui
preparation of a
sera
common action, joint
graduée
action that would be
en fonction de l'avancée
graduated
de ces manœuvres.
depending on the advances of these
Mais elle
maneuvers.
conduit aussi à
But it
avoir un
also
dialogue de
leads
clarification
to
avec
having
la
a
Russie, car je
dialogue
pense que
of
ce dialogue
clarification
s'impose
with
pour
Russia, because the
essayer de
dialogue is very
lever les
important in
ambiguïtés.
order to lift any
Très
ambiguities.
clairement,
Clearly,
nous ne pouvons
we
aujourd'hui que
today
constater
can only
que la
note
Russie est en
that
train de
Russia
devenir
is becoming
une puissance de
a
déséquilibre
power of
dans le
disequilibrium
Caucase,
in the
aux confins de l'Europe
Caucasian
et dans quelques autres régions.
and in some other regions.
Herr Präsident, Herr Bundeskanzler, Sie haben ich hätte eine Frage an Sie beide erstmal.
Chancellor, I have
Sie haben die
a
unterschiedlichen
question for you.
Gesprächsformate mit Russland erwähnt.
You mentioned the different formats of consultation with Russia tomorrow, and this is a first.
Das Normandie-Format wieder auf Ebene der außenpolitischen
For
Berater. Dieses Format hat
a long time now, the advisors of the Normandy format are going to be meeting, but very little progress has been made. And in the last weeks, we had the impression that Russia considered more that its interlocutor was the United States within the framework of NATO and not the European Union. What success do you think Normandy format will have? Do you not believe that it will just be an alibi without any real impact? Mr. President, you are going to be talking in the days to come with President Putin. What are the demands that you will be presenting, and why, in the end, will you not carry out this meeting with Chancellor Scholz, because Germany has the presidency of G7 and you have the EU presidency, and you could do it within the Normandy format? On your first question, I think first of all one must never give up the discussion and exchange formats. You are right in saying that the results of the Normandy format are not commensurate with the expectations and the commitment that France and Germany have placed in it. Nonetheless, abandoning or giving up is saying that the political solution is no longer on the table. So I think it's important for us to remain committed relentlessly. The last meeting that took place in December 2019 at the level of heads of states and governments had allowed for robust advances, and I think that the prospect of a future meeting, the meeting of our diplomatic advisors tomorrow, and the prospect of a future meeting which will be organized this time organized in Germany, I think creates positive expectations and allows us to re-engage things. And the proof of this lies in the goodwill gestures that have been made by the Ukrainians on the draft law, which was precisely criticized by Russia, and the exchanges that are there between our advisors on each of these subjects. And the question is, can we create another positive dynamic? I think it's important to continue in the Normandy format, because at least it's the only means of avoiding sometimes the deaggregation, only political format, and the only way of continuing to be committed. Alongside this, there's a discussion between the USA and Russia, which started more recently. Is it a good thing in our eyes? Yes, it's a very good thing that the United States of America is discussing with Russia. Now, has this discussion given concrete results up until now? I haven't seen any, because a discussion with Russia is always difficult. As far as I'm concerned, having re-engaged this in 2019 with a lot of humility, I was able to note this. So I think it's, again, important to keep these channels of discussions open, and that is what had led Chancellor Merkel and myself a few months ago to push the Europeans to reopen this structured discussion with Russia. It is in this context and with the same will, demanding but lucid, that I will have an exchange on Friday morning with the President Putin. I will not be going. It's a telephone meeting. If one day a meeting, the format that you've described is a totally relevant one, and that there should be a German-French position, a Franco-German position assumed together, given our responsibilities with regard to Russia. Friday, it'll be a telephone exchange, the aim of which will be to take stock of the whole situation and to try and precisely obtain visibility, start a demanding dialogue, and obtain clarifications on several points that have occupied us this evening and are the object today of our reflections and joint work.
Es gibt in schwierigen Situationen nur eine Möglichkeit dafür zu sorgen, dass die aufgelöst werden, indem man alle Möglichkeiten
difficult situations, we can try and come to a solution by using all the possibilities that we have, contacts, different formats. We have already mobilized several of them. And because we are talking about the situation at the border of Ukraine, we have decided to recommit ourselves in formats that have not been used for some time. The NATO-Russia format, the Normandy format, the direct contacts between Russia and the United States, etc. What is important is to use all of these to speak together and to make progress, if possible, to come out of the current situation. I'm very happy that we have progressed as much as we have. And I welcome the fact that our partners have accepted to use the formats that are available. We are going through difficult times, and together we must make intense progress to meet our objectives. Thank you.
You've been watching live coverage of a press conference in Berlin. The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz welcoming the French President Emmanuel Macron. Most of the conversation dominated by the spiraling showdown over Ukraine. You just heard the German Chancellor mentioning, pointing to Wednesday's meeting here in Paris of the so-called Normandy format, that is to say dialogue between France, Germany, the Ukraine, and Russia, which they have not met in over 2 years. That's taking place on Wednesday amid the troop buildup we're seeing at the border of Ukraine. The French president warning that if Moscow attacks, the retaliation will be there and the cost will be very high.
Monsieur le Président.
President Emmanuel.
Mesdames, Messieurs les ambassadeurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament, members of the embassies present here today,
Mesdames, Messieurs les universitaires,
representatives from universities,
Mesdames, Messieurs les présidentes et présidents et directrices et directeurs généraux d'établissements
presidents,
culturels,
chairmen, chairwomen of respective cultural organizations, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Today is a day of much emotion. Here we are all here today, and so much has already been said. But we are here today, and this is the culmination of such long years of work that comes from such a long time back. And in 2 weeks from now, I will receive the Patrice Talon, President of the Beninese Republic here in France, to enact the true transfer of these 26 artworks and artifacts, which were made possible thanks to the law that was passed last year. It was passed unanimously by French parliamentarians. It was passed after long discussion. Today is particularly moving to be here today with you as part of this ceremony. Some would say it is a ceremony of adieu. Some would say it is a ceremony to see works returned home, these 26 works, sent back to their own home. The return of these works has been something that is much expected for a long time now. Back in 2006, the very young organization at the time presented some of these works, and there was so much excitement at Cotonou, where these works were on show. The young people in attendance spoke of how it was so fantastic for the youth of Benin to have access to its own heritage. And it seems so evident now. Then there was a formal request made by the Beninese authorities to have these works sent through. The initial request was first denied because of the principle that was raised, inalienability. Excuse me there. Excuse me there, it's a tough word to pronounce. Inalienability. Inalienability. It was by virtue of that first principle that the initial request was rejected. And then in 2017, in Ouagadougou, I stood there before a crowd of students, and I made a promise that I would hand these works back. I was convinced that France could not stand idly by with more than 95% of Beninese cultural heritage outside of its national borders. It was important for Benin to be able to take back and to embrace its own cultural heritage, to be able to build and move forward. And there was no reason why the young generations of Africa should not have access to their own heritage. So that promise came to fruition thanks to all of the work that has been done by the Pan-African organizations for the past few years. And then in March 2018, with President Talon, I called on Felwine Sarr and Benedict Savoy to carry out a mission, a challenging, almost unsurmountable task, to come up with an intellectual framework that would guide forward the handing back of these works. I would like to thank both of you for your commitment, for your implication, for being here today, and for being so faithful to the work that you have done, and for being able to come to a breakthrough moment. Because thanks to you, in working with your colleagues here in France, in Europe, throughout Africa, and around the world, you have been able to come forward for that breakthrough. The 2018 report that you published was a milestone because it shook many theories, it shook many people. It was a historical moment. It was historically divisive, simply because in that report it contained so much information and so many principles that when handing these works back, it was not an opportunity for further division, but opening up to new horizons, new forms of cooperation, of sharing. And it is in that mindset that we have worked with our partners over in Benin, whom I would like to thank today. We've been able to work towards handing back these works for such an emblematic, iconic moment. I would like to thank the president of the museum at Quai Branly, Jacques Chirac, Emmanuel Casareo. I would like to thank your predecessor, Stéphane Martin. I would like to thank all of the teams here and at the museum for all that you have done to lead up to today, but also the work that you have been doing for so many years now. In particular, these past few months, to prepare these works to be sent home. Working with curators from the museum in Benin, who I'd like to welcome here today, who are the living embodiment of cooperation. The pandemic did not dwindle your ambition, nor your involvement and your engagement in this process. And I would like to thank you for holding strong. I would like to welcome all of the work that was put in by all of the parliamentarians, those parliamentarians who focused so clearly on the draft bill that enabled us today to be able to hand these works back. And in voting unanimously on this, it sends a very clear message. And I would like to thank you, Madam Minister. I would like to thank you, Madam Minister, for having presided over that debate and for having worked within the ministry and for having overseen all of the work that has led up to today and for having led this fight. This has been a long task. It's not just a simple matter of putting 26 artworks and artifacts in a box and putting them on a plane. A considerable amount of work had to be put in by people over in Benin. Efforts to be able to build the new museum in Dahomey. And such work has been done at the Ouida fort to be able to provide the necessary conditions to welcome these works once they arrive in country. And I understand that how important it is for these works to return back to the country and to return back to the people in Benin. There's a great deal of work also that went into building and training people in Benin. Ambitious partnerships between our countries in so many aspects. We have worked between researchers in Benin and France, as was mentioned just a few moments ago. Numerous programs, training programs in Benin, in France. We have 2 curators from Benin here today and who attended training programs here at the Quai Branly Museum to learn about curatorship of the works that they will be collecting. Also, work with the African School for Curatorship and Museum Studies. And I would like to thank the ambassadors that we have here today for making that cultural and research cooperation possible. We now have great opportunities that lie ahead of us. As was mentioned at Montpellier, not too long ago, we are able to work on heritage listings and heritage work in Benin to be able to continue to promote Beninese legacy, heritage, and works. We've also worked with the French Development Agency, the AFD. And thanks to that work, there will be a new museum that will be built for these 26 works. Also, work has been carried out on the royal palaces at Dahomey. And so many numerous projects that, Mr. Minister, you mentioned just a few moments ago, because all of this is in line with an overarching cultural policy that you are implementing. It's about creating an entire system of arts, culture and craftsmanship to promote everything that is happening in Benin. And it's also a great deal of projects when it comes to art, creating a true industry for the creative arts in Benin. This is something that we saw again a few weeks ago in Montpellier. The creative spirit is there, the art scene is vibrant, and there are so many people working in the country, and we only hope that the future will see more cooperation between our 2 nations. I think today's restitution of these artworks is a milestone along this inevitable journey that we are going to embark on together. Because today, it's more than just a restitution. It's a long program of cooperation which will strengthen bonds between our countries, give us new opportunities for new exchanges, new partnership. This is what we want to continue driving more broadly. Since 2017, aside from the 26 works that we're talking about today, we have worked to hand back the Adjula Martel sabre, which was asked for by Senegal, which was again made possible by the law that was passed in 2020. The Madagascan crown has also been returned. At the beginning of October this year, we have been looking at the request made by Côte d'Ivoire authorities to hand back a highly symbolic drum, the speaking drum, as it is known as, It was a drum that could carry messages more than 20 kilometers afar. These are examples. These are examples of such works. And the drum in Madagascar was such a key symbol in the fight against colonial powers at the time. But these are examples of how much work has to be done to be able to ensure that these works were truly looted works, so that we will have further parliamentary debate to ensure that this work can actually be restituted back to Madagascar. And each time a request is sent through for us to send a work back, we carry out scientific research by the best experts around. We work in partnership to ensure that we can ascertain the true nature of each item and of each request. It's not politics at play. We want to ensure that we can send these works back to their home countries. And we want to ensure that they can be welcomed in the right conditions possible. This is work that we have been doing step by step, and we will continue to work on today. So we want to come up with a law that will create a long-term framework for restitution. It's not so that we have to come up with new commissions, because the commissions in the past just showed that, yes, they weren't competent to deal with such issues. We want to come up with a law that can come up with a true groundwork, where we'll have rules and processes to ensure that these works can be sent home effectively. Benedict Savoy and Felwine Sarr, they came up with a number of proposals to this extent. So now we need to work more on ensuring that we can ascertain the true origins of these works. We need to have cross-referencing research. We need to rely on scientific teams within museums because they have the expertise to do so that we can come up with a true pre-established framework with scientific rigor at play. I know that the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs here in France and the Minister of Culture here in France have been working for months now. Jean Martinez, who is the ambassador for heritage cooperation, they have also been working on this, and we are working on this constantly. And I would like to thank all those here today, all of the heads of various establishments for their involvement, because they show that they are willing to make headway, that they are willing to work on the issue of restituting artworks and artifacts to their home countries. And I know this work is continuing across the Mediterranean to ensure that we can all see eye to eye, that we can all understand that we all have contemporary, creative arts that are very much alive. But what we must do is that whenever we act, we must work hand in hand with our partners in Africa. We cannot decide alone. We cannot decide what can and cannot be sent back. And when we listen to your recommendations, as outlined in the Ashimembe report at the summit in Montpellier, it's when we work as a partner that we can make true headway. It's in that mindset that Emmanuel Casarero started ever since his appointment, and despite the pandemic, to go out and meet with his counterparts over in Senegal, Mali and the like, to work on such matters. He also recently met with representatives in Chad. It's this notion of working between museums, between research centers, that is so essential. It's working with people across the African continent, in the Amazon, in the Pacific regions. Because our respective histories have made us inseparable. And therefore we need to speak and have continuing dialogue together. Building projects for the future, shared exhibitions, like what has been happening for the museum in Dakar, for the Dakar Djibouti exhibition, which was a fantastic exhibition. There again, this is It was the culmination of work that started back in the 1930s. It was a long history of research and discovery to work with African partners so that we could change our point of view. And I think I mentioned that back in Ouagadougou. We need to change our point of view so that we share points of view. We need the people of Africa to be able to speak their truth. To speak their truth through their artifacts. And we need to be able to hear their version of what the African continent is, how they see the African continent. This is what we are currently doing. We are currently working a new space where anything is possible. We are giving the youth of Africa access to their own legacy, their own heritage. It is what we are doing today. And I've been listening to what people have said here in France and abroad. And I've heard the debate. The ultimate goal is not about renationalizing each nation's heritage. It would be madness because it would be folly. The aim here is not for France just to rid itself of everything that it has acquired from other nations' heritage. It would be like every country just seeking to scramble back its own treasures, right back to the beginning of time. No. That's why scientific cooperation is so important, because we can return items that were unduly gained. It's an opportunity for current nations, but also the youth of those nations, to be able to understand the origins of their countries. It's for each and every one of us to understand exactly how France itself has been part of the history of its own history and the history of other countries, because it is all part of the fact that we are a universal whole. Because it is through universal ideas that anything is possible. It is not through renationalizing our heritage that has been taken abroad, but it's about talking of the possibility to restitute works. It's about circulating works and artifacts around the world, so that people in Benin, in Senegal, people in Mali, Nigeria, will be able to have access to part of their own art, their own artistic heritage. But also for them to have access to some of the greatest works from Europe, from America. And it will be made possible through exhibitions that look at this crisscross of cultures by universal access. That is the ultimate goal. And that is why today we need to ensure that when we restitute these works, they are allowed to continually circulate through cooperation, through partnerships. It is that universal ideal that we need to make possible around the world, in Africa. Those people who were victims of the looting were not just made void of their own heritage, but they were also robbed of the possibility for them to actually understand their own heritage, their own culture, their own identity. Because these works, they are part of the very being of these people, and it is their right to have access to that. These people, they know that it is part of their history, but it is also part of a greater universal whole. And it is so exciting for a lot of people, for others around the world to be able to look at and learn from these works, rather than just keeping them hidden. Which is why it is so important for us to continue the possibility to share and borrow works between museums and institutions. These are men and women who were robbed of their own works, which is why it is so understandable for them to request that they can receive back the most iconic and representative works from their culture. Because without those works, it creates a psychological rift. And that claim is a legitimate claim. What I just said, these aren't my own words. These are from Amadou Matar, who was former Director General. Of UNESCO. He made these comments in 1978. He said that back in the day, and what he said then is exactly what we are doing today. The fair restitution of works, showing respect for universality and the desire to embark on endeavors together. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, these works will return home. And without a doubt, they will find the men and women who will be able to understand the full power behind these works that was never really lost, that is still there. These items will return back to a land from which they were exiled. They will embark on a journey back home. And while they were on their journey away from their own lands, they were exposed to other eyes, and other people could learn from them. But the journey that awaits them now is a new journey. These works are a perfect example that new encounters are possible. And it is made possible because we have allowed it to. Because we have fought for these works to return home. Because them returning home was a rightful return home. So the journey that now awaits us is a just journey, the right path forward. It's a right path forward that opens up so many other paths ahead. So this is the path we must walk, and we will walk, knowingly and wantingly. Because when we share as equals, long live friendship between France and Benin. Long live Benin, long live France.
To rally a nationwide defense using both its professional military and civilian volunteers.
Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres,
Ministers,
Monsieur le Président de l'Université Ouaga 1,
Dean of Ouaga 1 University, Members of Parliament,
Mesdames, Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
je voudrais tout d'abord exprimer
first of all, I would like to express my recognition to President Kaboré and my gratitude to him and the Dean of the University. And to all of you, I thank all of you for welcoming you here in your university, your country, your region, your presence here, your faces show me great promise in the future, which is being built here. Thank you, Mr. President, for your great welcome since yesterday evening when we arrived in your country. And thank you for this day we're spending together and allowing me to speak to you here. I'm also grateful to each and every one of you to have set aside for just a few moments, a few hours, the most precious task there is, i.e. the building of your future, which you are inventing, as per what was said by one of your compatriots. The future that you're daring to build. You realize that was said by Thomas Sankara, whom I'd like to solemnly pay tribute to here. I was told this was a lecture hall, Marxist Pan-African hall, and I thought this would be the place where I should go to speak my mind. Because I'm not going to come here to say to you, we're going to make some big speech to begin a new page in the relationship between France and Africa. Or I'm not here to say to you what France's Africa policy is, as some people might say, because there is no longer a French African policy. There is a policy we have, there are friends we have, and so forth. But most importantly, there is a continent that we must look at across from us. It is never easy, due to our shared history, for a French president to come to speak here of Africa. And I wouldn't contend here that I can express the complexity, the diversity of a continent comprised of 54 countries. First of all, that would be terribly arrogant to try to sort of explain that there's an absolute unity, complete homogeneity. 54 countries with just as many histories, even more languages and ethnic origins and differing positions vis-a-vis France, and past histories that are very different and traumas that are different. Nonetheless, I'm not trying to pretend to be a historian, especially here at a university that took the name of one of the greatest historians of the continent. Here I would like to speak to this country of great men. And I'm not only speaking to Burkina Faso, nor just to Western Africa, neither just to French-speaking Africa. These barriers we often had in our minds, in our way of viewing politics, in our analytical approach, are no longer the barriers that are in Africa today. Barriers between English-speaking or French-speaking Africa, Northern Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, French-speaking and Portuguese-speaking Africa. These are not real obstacles. They are actually part of a past that we must go beyond. Representations we had, constructs that must change and evolve. Therefore, here, I'm speaking before you of Africa, of a continent, multiple, plural, strong, a continent where some of our shared future is taking place now. I'm speaking sincerely and with great friendship. I, as you, am of a generation that never knew Africa as a colonized continent. I'm from a generation who has such a beautiful historical remembrance of Nelson Mandela's winning out over apartheid. Pan-African solidarity going from Algiers to Rabat, Rwanda to Conakry. That's the history of our generation. Therefore, I don't want to keep repeating representations of the past. There were fights, there were mistakes, there were crimes, there were major things, there were happy stories, but I have a deep belief our responsibility is not to just be stuck there. We mustn't stay within the past. We must completely live the full adventure of this generation. I'm of a generation of French people for whom the crimes of European colonization are clear and are part of our history. I accept what Abba Londres said in Egypt, who denounced the thousands of deaths in the Congo railways. And I don't forget that those voices back then were a minority in France and throughout Europe. I'm also of a generation that was impressed at the determination of the Burkinabe youth to defend twice, and sometimes at the price of their lives, what was acquired through democracy and the rule of law. I'm of a generation where we don't come to Africa to say what it should do, what the rules are having to do with the rule of law. But we encourage people in Africa who wish to take the responsibility, wish to bring liberty forward and emancipation forward, as you have done here. I'm of a generation that sees that throughout, all over the African continent, the African youth is very much calling for being able to participate in the building of their destiny, of their countries, and globalization. I'm of a generation of French people for whom Africa isn't a problem of the past, nor just one neighbor like any other neighbor. France maintains with Africa a clear historical link, unfailing. There was suffering, there was some tearing apart, but also very often there was brotherhood, solidarity, and mutual assistance. Africa is very much part of French memory, our culture, history, France's very identity. This is a strength, a pride I want to cultivate and bring forward as an asset that France has, a plus for France and for Africa in our relationship to the world. I see there is a technical incident. I just want to make sure that there's no problem. Is everything all right?
Le disent au lieu de se tenir dignement.
Yes, everything's all right apparently.
Il n'y a plus rien. Il n'y a plus de son, il n'y a plus de son. Il n'y a plus rien. Il n'y a plus rien.
Dont les destins sont mêlés, qu'on nous veuille ou non. Parce que nous avons cette histoire commune, mais parce que nos parents, nos frères, parfois nos enfants, ont fait ce choix d'enjamber les continents et les mers. Et je suis comme vous d'une génération convaincue que les diasporas africaines de France sont aussi au cœur de notre ouverture du monde. Et je suis aussi convaincu, comme nombre d'entre vous dans cette salle, que nous ne pouvons simplement nous regarder comme étant à des milliers et des milliers de kilomètres, mais comme étant aussi souvent de sang, d'histoire et de destin mêlés. J'entends souvent dire que la force de l'Afrique, c'est sa jeunesse.
The strength in Africa is its youth. In Burkina Faso, the entire region.
Mais permettez-moi de dire que la force de la France, surtout en Europe aujourd'hui, c'est aussi sa jeunesse. Et sa jeunesse, elle est en partie issue de cette histoire commune. Sa jeunesse, pour partie, elle regarde aussi l'Afrique. Elle nous écoute quand nous parlons d'Afrique parce que nous lui parlons à elle-même.
You've just been listening to French President Emmanuel Macron giving his speech there at a university at Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso. Seemed to be having some technical difficulties there with his microphones, which causes a problem for our translation. So we're trying to sort that out for you. But in the meantime, let me just talk to Florent Gel, who's the Africa Director for the International Foundation of Human Rights for West Africa. Thank you so much for listening to this speech and being here with us today. Just until we can get that technical problem sorted out, let's start with what President Macron had to say right from the start, positioning himself as a man of a different generation than his predecessors. Why so important to say that?
Yes, he said, I am from one generation, yours, that is, have not known the colonialism and the old system and the old times of Africa under colonialism. And definitely this is the color of his speech, saying, have a look to the future, build together, let the past in the past, and we go forward for the future, and to build a new relation between Europe, France, and Africa, without all the link of the difficult link of the past, but create new link. This is quite clever, and now the question is always the same. In act, what will be the purpose, and what will be the concrete act for this new vision, this new policy of France? Because usually all French presidents say I will not reproduce the link and the commitment between France and Africa. And now we need act to see if its new vision will be concrete and any concretization of this kind of speech.
Now, this is his first speech in Africa. Was there any political choice, a strategy behind the choice of Burkina Faso?
Of course, Burkina Faso, as you know, have been known a kind of revolution in 2015. And they put away a long dictatorship president, Blaise Compaoré, in power for 37 years. And this is clearly symbolic for the French president to come in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is also in the earth of the Sahel, attacked and stressed by the jihadist groups. And this is also a symbol of the popular democratic resistance against, of course, the dictatorship, but also against the trace of jihadism. And this is also the real challenge of the French policy in the earth of the Sahel. His French policy will be something different than just put some militaries and to have a security perspective to fight against terrorism in the area, or they will develop a new strategy, including negotiation, including the support of the civil society to fight against terrorism, jihadist groups, and the regional jihad.
Thanks for that, Florent. Also with us on the set is Nadia Massi from our International Affairs Desk. Nadia, Florent, they're just speaking about the Sahel and this initiative. But President Macron mentioned that actually already before the speech today, saying he doesn't think it's going fast enough.
Yes, that's right. Macron wants to see greater contribution towards trying to get this summit, this G5 Sahel process going, and that he may discuss that. We expect later on this week in the Ivory Coast at the Africa EU summit. Now, this is a force made up of 5 countries in the Sahel region as well as France, and it's designed primarily to try and tackle terrorism within the Sahel region, as well as human trafficking, another issue that Macron has been quite focused on in the past couple of days and in this speech as well.
Right. So in the midst of this speech given to a university, again, apologies for the translation, we'll try and get that sorted out for you. There is a real emphasis on the fact that Macron wants these students to enjoy being in Africa, want to stay in Africa, make Africa grow. What will it take to make that happen for these students?
Well, you're right. This was a sweeping speech by Emmanuel Macron. From what we've heard of it so far, he wanted to say we're not looking anymore at France's policy just on Africa as a continent.
Oh, Nadia, I'm just going to jump in. We've got our translation back up, but let's listen to President Macron. We'll get back to Nadia in just a minute.
And won, and will remain a fight for a large part of African youths. But above all, you know and have experienced something that no other continent has experienced, something that no other generation has experienced. You have faced all of these challenges at the same time. Our generation has a great responsibility, that of, as quickly as possible, facing down these challenges all together. You cannot just win out on climate change and ignore the other challenges. You cannot just win the fight against terrorism so long as you are not also winning the fight for stability and economic development. We need to fight together to live up to this great time of change. So yes, our generation must succeed. We must succeed where many others have failed. We must succeed where others have said this is not our fight. We must change things where others got used to the status quo. I am here to speak to you because you can do a lot. We owe you some things. Your government owes you some things, but a lot of the solutions are in you. in your willpower to go down that path, in your determination, in your strength of character, and in your desire to change things, and in our ability together to face these challenges. The solutions will not come from anywhere else. But solutions will not come from old habits or from the status quo.
Je veux être à vos côtés.
I wish to stand by you.
À saisir cette chance, celle d'écouter la jeunesse africaine.
I wish to be the person who will enable Europe to seize this opportunity, listen to African youths, and to help the entire world. And that starts with coming before you, listening to every one of you. I'm here to listen to young people wherever they are expressing themselves. This afternoon, we will be going to a school. Tomorrow, we will be going to Ivory Coast and then to Ghana. We'll be visiting football stadiums. I will go and listen to what young people are saying, what they want, what they are expressing. But others will help me hear your message as well. And I wanted them to be here with me today. These are members of the Presidential Council for Africa. For Africa, because they will be a constant point of contact with you, just like the organizations that I have not forgotten that are working in the field day in, day out with people. And also a presidential intervention, because your voices will be heard by me with no filter, with no compromise. That's something we started to do a number of days ago when we started to prepare for this trip. We are talking about young people, young men and women who have taken time out to come and be your mouthpieces, to come and meet and share. Not to tell me what I should be told or what a president should be told, but to tell me what is being said, what is wanted, what is felt, what is expected and what is necessary. That is what they will continue to do whilst respecting their commitments to you. Because I am here today to commit, and I have already committed. I have committed to make sure France is facing up the development challenges. A lot of what I have just said and what I am about to say would not be possible if France were not living up to its challenges and responsibilities and were not deciding to help public development. I have committed, and I committed from the very beginning of my term to, by the end of this term, to achieve that 0.55% of GDP going to development aid. That is a strong commitment, a demanding commitment. It is a demanding commitment, of course. It will require effort, and we will put that effort in, because that effort is the French contribution to success of an entire continent, to many countries, because we share in that success. So in the coming months, we will be drawing up a strategy carried by our Minister for Foreign Affairs and Europe, which will, year after year, give a precise description of how we will financially commit. But I do not want it all to end with figures. Development aid can mean many things, and it has meant many things in the past. Money that does not reach people, that does not reach the young people who need it the most. Therefore, the approach that Jean-Michel Severino has been working on for a number of years in France, that is now being carried by the AFD, the French Development Agency, represented here by Rémi Rioux, who is here. This strategy that we have had for a number of years aims to have a French development aid that is closer to the people on the ground, that is more in contact with people. We must take the next step. We must break through glass ceilings. I hope that in the coming months with you, we can maybe think of a new name, a new philosophy, a new way of acting, as we have been able to do here just a couple of weeks ago in Sahel with our Sahel Alliance. Public development aid that is targeted, that brings people around a table directly with students, with NGOs, with charities, a place where France, with its African partners, can bring in multilateral aid.
Want to know how to get free cell phone service? Here's how. Q-Link Wireless is a government program giving you unlimited data, talk, and text on one of America's largest and fastest 4G, 5G networks.
Yeah, maybe here.
Так, а як його в Фейсбук викинути? А сразу це що? Стоять.
Нарешті. Зараз нам салют. Ох, як все порозліталось гарно. Слухай, ну...
ரஷ்யாவை கண்டித்து முழக்கங்கள் எழுப்பப்பட்டன. ஜார்ஜியாவுடன் கடந்த 2008ஆம் ஆண்டு ரஷ்யா போர் நடத்தியிருந்தது. அதைத் தொடர்ந்து ஜார்ஜியாவின் இரு பகுதிகளை சுயாட்சி பகுதிகளாக ரஷ்யா
continental tomar conta de Taiwan. Veja, eu estou a 150, 180 quilômetros de distância. Alguns papers, algumas análises do Foreign Affairs, tal, que a hora que você lê, você fala, levaria 2 semanas. Gente, se a Ucrânia está quase capitulando em 4, 5 dias, Taiwan provavelmente capitularia, não tem nem exército, não tem um exército do tamanho da Ucrânia. Então capitularia mais rápido. Ah, mas os Estados Unidos poderiam ajudar. É bem verdade, que você tem bases norte-americanas na Coreia do Sul, você tem no Japão, você tem nas
It's funny. You know what's really funny? It's really funny when you say something that's just an obvious factual truth, like China's government lies all the time and is authoritarian and tramples on human rights, and Russia's government lies all the time, is authoritarian and tramples on human rights. These are just obvious facts. And then you get comments in the chat like, oh, CNN Steve, and I thought this was agenda-free. It's like the most obvious facts in the world. The most obvious facts in the world. Those are not controversial things to say. But it's like, oh, you have such an agenda. Oh, you're CNN Steve. Because you observe that China and Russia's governments lie all the time and are authoritarians and stomp on human rights, which is just the most obvious truth in the world. Yeah. Oh, you libtard. I mean, is that even liberal? It's the most ridiculous thing. But there you go. There you go. Ah, agenda. Ah. Oh, yeah, somebody said, you've been reading Vice too much. So the only reason somebody would believe the totally obvious fact that Russia and China's governments lie all the time and are authoritarians and stomp on human rights, the only reason somebody believes that is because they listen to Vice. You read... Welcome to the internet, folks. Welcome to the world. Welcome to the world. Welcome to our wonderful world today, where people use proper and good belief-forming practices, and they form their beliefs based on the evidence and rational thinking, not on having pre-existing agendas. Anyways, welcome to the world. Give me one moment here. It's time for a viewer comment. It's time for a viewer comment. A donor comment. I'm going to read a comment from a donor. A donor actually made a donation to highlight their comment just so they could say this. It's time. I love giving you the news, but we're just going to stop a second for a viewer comment. It's from Patty Mayo, our wonderful viewer Patty Mayo, who made a donation just to highlight this comment. Patty Mayo's comment on YouTube is, Steve, stop crying about the chat. Too many chat tirades. Just give us the effing news. The streamer, I watch him for my news coverage. And it's free. I don't have to pay anything if I don't want to. This YouTube streamer. And I get so mad because like once every 8 hours he says something about the chat. I just live... I'm getting a ton of messages. I haven't found the. Somebody said they sent me a working Google chart, which I haven't found. So. I don't know where it is. I've been looking. April Renee Syme sent me this. The Russian ruble had yet to trade officially in Asia on Monday. It was quoted on dealing sites at between 98 to 100 per dollar in Western states. 6 minutes ago. Thanks for all your support, by the way, Tyler Sleuth, Matt, and others. I really do appreciate it. Kristen McKnight and everybody else. Very much appreciate your support. Thank you. Thanks to our moderators. Thank you. Hang on a second. I have to plug in my. I'm plugging in my iPad. Thanks to our moderators, we have Danny James has been in there. Let's see. Cynthia Moon is mine. Thank you, Cynthia Moon. And Danny James. Much appreciated. AJ is there. Thank you, AJ. Roxanne Becky's been moderating. Kay Lowry Body and Facebook. Curtis Cardwell. Our Twitch mods, too. I messed up the panel. I messed up the panel so I can't see the mods. How do I get it back? How do I get it back? Let's see. Sometimes I do this.
Whoa, what is it?
I go on Twitch and I look like the mods disappear. Oh, here it is. I think. Expand. There it is. Hey, by the way, I'm probably not supposed to do this, so I apologize if this is the wrong thing to do. I do see we have a staff member from Twitch in the chat, so I appreciate you watching. For some reason today on Twitch, the stream is working fine. The channel seems to have been shadow banned on Twitch. If you search for the channel, it doesn't come up. If you search for this broadcast, it doesn't come up. Broadcast is still working fine. About 2 years ago, we had this problem with Twitch for like a month, where the channel just didn't come up in search. And I went back and forth with customer service, and eventually they unbanned it. But a number of viewers have been writing me saying the Twitch stream is down. It's not actually down. I can watch it, but. So if I'm not supposed to do it this way, ignore the staff member in Twitch. I'm sorry for bothering you. If this isn't cool to be doing it this way, forget what I said. I'll go through the normal channel. I'm just letting, if you can help, it'd be great, because we have a lot of people who want to watch this, and people are writing to me saying, I can't find your broadcast, but it's there. It's not coming up in search. So if you can help at all, I'd really appreciate it. But if you can't, totally get it. I figured I'd try. I wrote to the Twitch, the official support line as well. So if you can help, that'd be awesome. But yeah, it's just not coming up in search. So if you do normally watch this on Twitch, it's there. Just actually go to the channel page and you'll see it there. The stream is there. It's just some weird thing with the not coming up in search, either the stream or the channel. Don't ask me why. No, I never got a notification about anything. So anyways. let me just do this. I still haven't figured out what's going on with the ruble yet. I don't have a clear answer for you. I still want to talk about Berdyansk. There's too many things going on. Hey, by the way, I want to show you this. Alexander Vindman, who used to be in the U.S., he is originally from Ukraine, I believe. He said, thread comes from a very senior former Ministry of Defense official. Belarus will commit air and ground forces to Russia's war on Ukraine in the next 24 hours. The most pressing threat is a large military column headed towards Kyiv from the northwest. What you can see here is, if we go here, so remember, here's Russia. Russia has an ally, more like a subject country these days, Belarus, and Russia has put tens of thousands of troops in Belarus. Russia has been invading from Belarus, but I don't know that there's any evidence that Belarusian troops themselves have taken part yet. But this report says that we might start seeing Belarus troops. Now I'm wondering if maybe that wasn't part of the plan, but things are going slowly, and Putin wants to maybe step things up. So maybe if maybe that's why this would change, if it indeed is going to change. I can't confirm this, but the thread info comes from a very senior former Ministry of Defense official. Belarus will commit air and ground forces to Russia's war on Ukraine in the next 24 hours. The most pressing threat is a large military column headed toward Kyiv from the northwest. The next biggest concern is the thrust from the south. The major port city of Odessa is attempting to repel amphibious assaults. Mariupol on the sea of Azov is being encircled. Russian forces control the following cities and towns. These are smaller cities, and he lists them. One of them is Berdyansk, where we've seen some videos of some soldiers in town. In spite of Ukraine's fierce resistance, the situation is very serious. The next several days remain critical. That's from Alexander Vindman. So passing that along. Look, this is from Alec Loon. Berdyansk has been captured by Russian troops, the mayor says. Suddenly, the land bridge to Crimea theories aren't looking so far-fetched. I have something to mention about this. So this is Alec Loon, he posted about a half an hour ago, and these are apparently Russian troops walking down the street in Berdyansk, which is on the Sea of Azov, on the southern coast. Now, Berdyansk has about 113,000 people living there. Now, I don't know. I'd like to get some more information. What does it mean by they captured it? Are there troops on most streets? Is it affecting people's? Are people being told to do things by the troops? This is information I don't have. That is apparently from Birdlands. And I want to mention something else based on what. Let me fix one thing. Based on what Alec Bloom says about the land bridge to Crimea thing, I have a thought. I have a thought to present to you. But first, let me just do something. Here is my thought. Here is my thought. So, here is Ukraine. Here. Russia took Crimea from Ukraine in 2014, just took it from them. But my thought is this. Before this invasion started, there were, and it looked like Russia was going to invade, but people didn't know what the extent of the invasion would be. There were different discussions, a bunch of different experts and analysts were trying to figure out, like, what might this invasion look like? What might the goal be? And there's a bunch of different, I would say, you'd read lists of like possible invasion scenarios, and there were some of them were pretty common. So one possibility that had been discussed is that Russia might try to cut off Ukraine from the sea by taking everything down here, basically, the whole southern coast. And then, so take the southern coast, which would severely damage Ukraine's economic prospects. Now, there's difficulties to that. One big difficulty is that there's no natural, there's not like a mountain range that runs along the coast that would separate the coastal area from the rest of the country. There's no natural dividing geographic figure between the coast itself and the rest of the country. That's an issue. But anyways, hear me out on this. So clearly Putin intended originally for this to be a massive invasion. He's been trying to get to Kyiv, and there's been attacks across the country. So, but is it possible, could we see a world in which Putin says to himself, this isn't going as well as I hoped. The people, I don't want to occupy the country. People are going to hate my guts. Let's just cut our losses and grab some land. And is there a world in which Putin would maybe try to take the southern coast and not even take Kyiv? And he's already taken some extra land, I believe. He's moved troops into the area of eastern Ukraine where the Russian-supported separatists were. In the Donbass region there. So basically the idea is he would just take this land here and then leave, and it's like, see, I've taken this huge chunk of Ukraine. They're much worse off than before. I mean, you could argue against this. Is there a world in which he planned a bigger invasion, but it's not going well, so he decides to cut his losses and take some land and just be done with it? Again, there's all kinds of problems with that, because you could argue, well, he's still going to have the country's going to be an outcast country. It's going to have all these sanctions on it. There's bad things about that too. Then it's like a costly occupation even of just this, and you have, so there's all that stuff. But I'm just wondering if maybe, because this was a scenario put forth by a number of experts as a possible one. Just throwing it out there. Lola thinks Putin is too prideful to do it. Somebody else says that the problem with that is he doesn't get to replace the government of Ukraine. The whole replacing the government, though, is just a crazy thought. So I don't know. I mean, he seems to think he can. Maybe he'll change his mind. But the idea that he's going to put in a different government, no one's going to want to listen to him. The only point of putting in a different government is if you can force the people in Ukraine to listen to that government. But to do that, you're going to need a giant occupying force. So this is what, as we've gone through this. So I just wonder if we might see, something less. One of our viewers said he won't settle for southern Ukraine. They've given too much in this war to settle for that. By the way, that would be a huge deal. That would be an enormous deal. If and again, there's issues with it. I don't know if it's really defensible and all this stuff. So there's all these issues that can be raised with this. But just if someone had told you 2 months ago, if they proposed the idea that Putin would cut off Ukraine from the sea, that would be this would be like you'd be like, what? That's crazy. So, anyways, again, I'm just if you look at the different, I've shown you a bunch of research papers in the last month or so where experts look at different ways that the scenario, the invasion could go, and that is one of the ones that's brought up. Although there are of course issues with it, and then you're talking about these big cities. Mariupol is 500,000 people, so they take over the city. I'm sure there'd be resistance. Odessa is a huge city with even more people. This is not easy. These things are very difficult, and there's all these arguments against it. I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility. Hang on, let's get back to updates. Shosky Ryan says it's all madness, can't rule out any actions that sound far-fetched. Let me just get caught up for a second here, myself a little bit. Let me get caught up for a second with updates myself. I gotta check. I haven't even checked the Telegram. I gotta check these Telegram channels I follow too, see what they're posting. Let me do that too. As usual, it's been very busy with updates. By the way, a lot of people have seen this. I don't think there's any bodies in this video that I remember seeing. Yeah, this is about a 4-minute video was posted in the last day of a Russian column that had just been devastated. This is not all 4. It's like 2 minutes. There's no bodies in this. I've watched it already. You can see that the Russian airborne column in Bucha, which is to the northwest of Kyiv, was destroyed apparently by artillery or multiple launch rocket fire. And so I'm not going to play the whole thing. Rob Lee posted this. It's posted elsewhere too. I posted the part 2 of this as well. But it's really crazy. I mean, it's like all these vehicles are just destroyed. It's a large convoy. It just taken out. That's only a minute. It's a 4-minute video. I mean, there's more. It goes on for 4 minutes. So it's really striking. Anyways, Rob Lee posted that version. One moment here. This is interesting here. So Russian state TV said today, Max Seddon, our submarines alone can launch more than 500 nuclear warheads, which guarantees the destruction of the US and NATO for good measure. The principle is, why do we need the world if Russia won't be in it? That's Russian state TV today. Now, Lawrence Friedman said, alarming as this is, similar Russian media statements were made at the time of the annexation of Crimea. It is intended to convey maximum menace. Hang on. By the way, it was reported today that you can see that Navid Jamali, Russia has now engaged a full 2/3 of its assembled force. That was assembled. 2/3 of it is now fighting in Ukraine, which is probably about roughly half of its combat military, half of its combat force, of its total combat force, roughly half is now inside Ukraine. So that's about 2/3 of the force that they actually assembled on the border. One of our viewers says lots of distant explosions on Kyiv streams. I am listening to a Kyiv stream. I'm not hearing it on the one I'm watching. Are you positive? You know, sometimes the Kyiv streams, they play old audio sometimes. So I don't know. But I'm listening to one and I'm not hearing it. For whatever that's worth. Oh, I want to see if I can find something more about bird dogs. A whole other thing is now that these hard-hitting financial sanctions are going to take effect in Russia, the ruble, whenever it starts trading today, I guess maybe it started already, it's a little confusing, is going to be going up. Inflation's going to go up in Russia. Will President Putin strike back? Will he retaliate at countries like European countries, US and such, for these sanctions with like cyber actions or something? That remains to be seen if Putin's going to retaliate for the financial sanctions. Thanks to all of our YouTube members, by the way, like Nick and me, My Stealth, and I, and others there. Da Big Cat, Epona, Natalia Abrams, and others. All of our YouTube members, really appreciate all your support. Rita, our YouTube members, thank you. I'm checking a couple of sites here. This is a video posted by Insider Ukraine News War on Telegram. They say Odessa has something to meet the enemy landing. There's concern Russia might make a move on the port city of Odessa. Molotov cocktails. Molotov cocktails. A lot of Molotov cocktails. And you can see here also a representative from the Ukrainian government says Berdyansk, which has over 100,000 people, and that's on the southeastern coast of Ukraine. Berdyansk is occupied by Russia. They have taken Berdyansk. Apparently, that's what the government says.